Ah, ah. Mic check. Hello. We're waiting for ads to finish on Twitch before we start stream. Hello, guys. Hello. Mic work. We also have Riot here. No voice DLC, unfortunately.
Wait, this gonna be on Twitch?
Yeah, this on Twitch and YouTube. Ow. A4. Hold on, let's move to chatting. Hello.
Shit, my Twitch is gone. Let me get the YouTube link.
No voices in Mori's head this time. It's robot voices. It's robot voices this time. Hello, Bunny. Hello, Daisy. Hello, Bonsai. Hello, BP. Eldritch Abomination Mori. Alright, I haven't changed yet. Head pads. Thank you for the head pads, A4. Today we will be continuing Derek's DLC and hopefully finishing up on the step 2 epilogue so that we can jump into step 3. I want you guys to see the other love interest, the third love interest in step 3 that we could potentially romance if you guys want, but I need you guys to see him first before we decide. Text-to-speech stream. Yeah, Riot is using text-to-speech. Alright.
Is it my third husband, Baxter?
Yeah. Third husband. We've already played it on stream before, Baxter's DLC, but I haven't played it to its full on stream, like the entire thing. I haven't played the entire thing yet on stream or on YouTube, so if you guys want to see that, let's see by the end of the stream, hopefully we can meet Baxter.
Young Baxter is Estapa.
Go to game screen. There we are. We aren't romancing Cove this time, unfortunately. If you guys want to romance Cove, the featured character on this lovely little menu screen, you're going to have to play the game yourself. This is free, by the way. The game link is in the description. You guys can go check it out for yourselves. Live your life with this little little guy. Live out your life with your next door neighbor, Cove. Yes. What the Sigma romancing Cove? Yeah, you can romance. You can befriend. You can even have the choice to not have anything to do with the guy. Even though you live like on the same street for 15 years with him. You can choose to not be friends with him.
Getting to romance people for free? What a deal.
Yeah! Romancing people for free? What a deal! My restream setup is working, right? Yeah. Question. Yeah. I don't know how you do that. Your OC moving. I don't know how to do it. It's live 2D. Yeah. This is live 2D. I made the drawing and then rigged it so that it could move, and then I put it into a face tracking software that tracks my face and how I talk and move my head around. And it's called a VTuber model. Yippee! Oh, hold on. I need to keep my door open because otherwise I will suffocate. Okay, door has now been jammed open. We can start the game again. I've been playing during the time that I took a break. I've been playing this. I've been playing this non-stop. All of this. It was a whole week of just me playing the game. That's their Mori is real. Alright, let's load in where we last left off. To recap, everybody, the last one that we did.
I also caught you playing on the server LMAO.
Caught you playing on the server? I just want to share the gift that is our life, beginnings and always. But yeah, hold on. Alright. So yeah, last time we did the soiree, the summer soiree, where we met 14-year-old Baxter during the party while we wandered around the country club, and then we had a dance with Derek. We invited him to be our date for the evening, which was really cute. And then we will be finishing up our final Derek DLC moment, the boardwalk. Let's jump into that. Mori, do you ever face reveal? I don't. I've never face revealed in my life, and I would rather not face reveal. So romantic. Yippee! It was early morning, but the day was already buzzing with excitement. Your whole family was gathered together with all 5 Suarezes in their cozy living room. Today you were all taking a trip out to the boardwalk set park. It was a regular enough outing for Derek's family, but it would be your first time going. The boardwalk was a few hours away, and it was even further when setting out from Sunset Bird. That's why the adults decided on the meetup here at the Suarez's apartment instead of gathering at the boardwalk itself. It gave your moms a little break from driving, and everyone got their last chance to run for the bathroom. You would be leaving very soon. While you waited for the trip to officially start, you sat on the couch with your hands on your lap. For a few minutes now, you tried to keep track of what the group gathered around the kitchen counter were up to. Elizabeth, your moms, and Mrs. Suarez were all busy making preparations for from what you could tell. Meanwhile, Mr. Suarez and had his hands full rounding up his 2 youngest kids. It seemed that they were taking an anti-shoe stance that morning, and in Nicholas's case, he needed to be talked into wearing a shirt too. Man. Hold on. Let me adjust my model to be a little smaller so you guys can read the text as well. And riots thing as well. Get that smaller. Okay. Alright. I think Saturday I was awake 5 a.m. My friends are so loud. No. I have both YouTube and Twitch open. Hey yo! Riot. On the cushion next to you, Derek was pumped for what the boardwalk had to offer. He was rambling a mile a minute about all the fun stuff he couldn't wait to show you. Choices. Were we excited about it? Are we nervous? Are we happy we're simply happy Derek was happy. Yeah, let's be excited about it. Bouncing your leg, you struggled to contain your energy. You were just as eager to experience everything he described. This journey was also the first time your and Derek's families were doing a big activity together. You couldn't believe it originally when the adults went through the organizing the trip.
Let's go.
Kids, come join us in the kitchen. It's time to pack your treat bags.
Cool.
We have treat bags. Yippee! Yippee! Sliding off the couch, you didn't have the faintest idea what Mrs. Suarez meant, but you were summoned and so you followed Derek's lead. He turned to say something over his shoulder. He'd guessed that line might have been confusing to a newcomer. The snack bags are what we do for larger trips. Me and my brothers, and you and Elizabeth too. We get to fill a little plastic baggie with any sweets and stuff we want. Ooh. It's supposed to be for eating during the hours-long drive, but no one really cares when we snack. It's just so we have something if we need it. I like that. It's really nice.
Same.
I think so too. It's great to have on hand. Yeah, be prepared. Hi, Mooney. Welcome in. Trail mix. Yippee! As you reach the kitchen, Elizabeth breezed past you, with your moms following at a more relaxed pace. Derek raised a skeptical brow and pointed in her direction with his thumb. Doesn't she want a bag? Elizabeth stopped and spun around on her heel. Surprised, Derek pulled his hand back to his side. Elizabeth's lips curled into an all-too-pleased smirk.
So what?
You heard Mrs. Suarez. She called for the kids to come. Ma shook her head at Elizabeth's taunting display. Your sister stepped forward and held up a zip bag that you hadn't noticed before. I already got mine while we were getting things set up for the rest of you. Oh, she already had first dibs. No! Her baggie was full of dried fruits and chocolate chips. She teasingly dangled it in your face and then in Derek's. Very mature, Elizabeth. You're not one of the kids at all. Gotta go, I keep getting notifs. Okay. Thanks for dropping by, Mooney. How do we react to Elizabeth's teasing, guys? What do we do? Riot. What do we do? Help, guys. Oh my god. When we see... Damn. The voice in my head doesn't even speak. Stare? Okay, for... Let's just stare. The voice in my head isn't even talking now. Riot! Stare. It didn't take Elizabeth long to realize she wasn't going to get a rise out of you. She pouted and withdrew her treat baggie. After that, she left the kitchen and plopped down in your old spot on the couch. Your mom's joined her, putting Elizabeth in the middle. Ma comfortingly patted Elizabeth's leg. Glancing back towards the kitchen, George and Nicholas were finally dressed and they dashed ahead of you. They excitedly crowded their mom's legs. Now don't forget that the bag actually has to be able to close for it to count. You can't stuff everything in the bag. She began passing out baggies to her two youngest, and then Mrs. Suarez turned to you and winked. That's my one rule for the treat bags, but other than that, feel free to go crazy. Nicholas and George took that as their cue to rush up to the counter lined with tasty options, and started stuffing their bags. Mrs. Suarez handed you and Derek your own plastic baggies. Now that there was in your hand, you realized that it was the smallest zip bag size. No! There was no way you were going to get a little bit of everything. From my experience, you can fit about 4 handfuls of stuff before it starts to get too tough to close. I'll have to strategize then. Thanks. The youngest boys swiftly finished selecting their road trip treats. George's bag closed easily, while Nicholas was proving a challenge to squeeze shut. The plastic had ballooned out to the sides, entirely full of cookies and candy. His brow pinched as he struggled with the zip. To everyone's surprise, Nicholas got it to seal. Oh! And he proudly held up the bag for his mom's inspection. Impressed, she nodded. Don't forget to take a water bottle too. We don't want to lose anyone to dehydration today. Oh yes, reminder, yes, hydrate guys. Especially now, it's like 38 degrees in my room right now. The two boys held their prizes tightly and grabbed the water bottles off the edge of the counter on their way out of the kitchen. It was your turn now at the buffet, and the spread was delicious. Oh, we get to pick. Ooh, we get to pick. Yippee! Almonds. Maybe some sunflower seeds. Fruit gummy candies. Yippee! Sandwich cookies. That's about it. We couldn't fit anymore. No! Enjoy. No! No! We couldn't pick anymore. Man. Humming happily, you ran your hand across to the side of the plastic baggie. You were grateful for your haul, and you proudly showed it to Derek. He gave you a thumbs up.
I gotcha.
Variety is the spice of life. He closed his bag, and you realized it was completely full of a bunch of different things too. Chuckling, you gently poked at the straining side of his plastic baggie. Yes, it is. Derek leaned across the counter with the water bottles. He slid one over for you to take and grabbed one for himself too. Okay, I'll close up the packs then. We can leave this out here for now.
Is that fine?
We don't have any more time to lose, are we all ready? Several voices called back, answering yes. Mrs. Suarez raised an eyebrow and walked out of the kitchen. No one needs to go potty? No.
No.
I don't have to go potty.
Good.
Good. Anyone have questions before we go? She put her hands on her hips and glanced around the apartment. Mr. Suarez raised his hand just as he caught her eye. I'd like to know how we'll arrange the rides. There's room for 5 in the back of our car and room for 3 in the orange slice car.
What do you think?
There's room to switch who is bringing who if there's a want for it.
Oh.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Who is riding with who here? Elizabeth and Victor are welcome to ride with us, or Derek can feel free to join Pamela and Noelani. Nicholas and George are staying in our van, though. Frustrated, both smaller boys pouted at their exclusion. George's jaw clenched as he crossed his arms. I'm not a baby. Why do I gotta stay in the van? I'm not a baby. Nicholas. Nicholas, you know you still need a booster seat. We can't put that in their car. Mr. Suarez chuckled at Nicholas's angry grumbling as he passed by into the kitchen, aiming to pick up the remaining snacks. Mrs. Suarez sighed in a tickled but still long-suffering way. Oh. Ah yes, handling toddlers. Dad and I need you there to stay awake for such a long drive. Can you two please keep us company in the car ride? Releasing a deep breath, George nodded. He knew it wasn't the day his mom was going to relent. Nicholas, on the other hand, continued to pout. Okay, Mom. What do you think, Lonnie?
That's fine.
Either way is fine with me. It's up to the kids to decide which they'd prefer. I'll stick with Mom's. She then curiously shifted her attention to you. The corner of her mouth pulled into a smirk because she knew that you and your friend were the ones that whole decision was for. No. Derek leaned in close to you, cupping a hand to the side of his mouth so only you could hear him. Victor, what are you thinking? Where do we ride? They're either a baby or they're really short if they need a booster seat. They're the youngest. Nicholas is the youngest. I stopped using booster seats when I was 4 and sat in the front of the car even though I'm a shorty. Man. I've never ridden in a booster seat before. Or well, not that my parents could tell me. That's quite dangerous, not gonna lie. Probably. I don't know. Riding in front of the car seat? Do you at least have someone else at the car seat? I'm late, but I'm here. Welcome in, Neil! We are at a decision right now of whether we join our moms in the car or do we ride with the Suarezes. We're going to a boardwalk. My mom was next to me? Okay. We're continuing, Derek. Yeah! It makes sense for everyone to ride with their parents. I want to ride with the Suarezes. Derek should ride with us. Well, if he's alright with that. What are you thinking? You weren't sure what to say. Do we just let Derek decide? I don't know. We can ask Derek, what are you thinking? He inched back and nervously scratched the side of his neck. His cheeks turned a darker shade of pink. Oh! Ooh. Well, it'd be cool if you rode with me and my family. Oh, he's inviting us to the van. Chat, he's inviting us to the van. Then let's go with your idea. Really? Cool.
Let's go.
Okay. Now that that's settled, we'll see you there.
Take care.
See you soon, sweetie.
Oh,
Hold on. One last thing. Mrs. Suarez went over to your mom's and quickly went into some last-minute advice on the directions. While you waited, you noticed out of the corner of your eye that Mr. Suarez had moved on from nibbling at the snacks. Instead, you caught him passing George and Nicholas an extra cookie each. Genuine cheer came back to the both of their expressions. Ah yes, bribe the children with snacks. They were so thrilled with the secret cookies that their earlier bitterness about being babied was all sweetened out. And that was that. Snacks and drinks were set, and no one needed to go potty. The rides were arranged, directions were obtained, and it was finally time to get the trip started. The two families left the condo behind, chattering with eagerness for the day's activity. At the parking lot, the group split up to get into their different cars. You followed Derek into his parents' minivan. Buckling up, you settled in for the long haul. And there we go. The Suarez minivan was a full house. Mr. Suarez hopped behind the wheel with his wife sitting shotgun. She bent back to double-check that Nicholas was fully strapped into the car seat behind her. Derek, of course, had to sit in the open seat in the second row. That left you and George to take control of the way back. Mrs. Suarez's brow furrowed with frustration. Once again, it became a battle. The wiggling 6-year-old fought against her attempts to tighten the car seat's front straps. Once she succeeded, Mrs. Suarez brushed the hair that fell forward behind her ear and turned to the rest of you with a lighter expression. What? Nicholas is 6 years old? How much trouble can a 6-year-old be? Oh my god. I don't really remember what it was like being 6 years old. I think they have maple genes. They love cookies. Of course they do. Everybody has maple genes. Maybe. Question mark. I don't know. Are we all ready? Yes. Yeah, Mom. Yep, all set.
Very good.
Good. She made sure Nicholas was secured one last time before getting herself situated properly. You heard the click of her seatbelt, and then Mrs. Suarez shifted her attention, this time to the last row of seats. It's so nice to have you here, Victor. Thanks for having me. Of course, all of us are happy for the added company. Now that everyone was settled in, the car roared to life, and Mr. Suarez pulled into the road. Out of habit, he reached over and clicked the CD player on. Upbeat children's music loudly filled the car. Squealing with excitement, Nicholas started kicking his feet to the beat of the song. Next to you, George leaned an elbow on the car door and rested his chin on the palm of his hand. There was a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he settled in to stare at the window. You caught Derek's green-eyed gaze peeking at you from the space between the headrest and the backrest of the seat. You waved at him. Derek moved out of sight, but only to twist around the seat to talk to you directly.
It's all good.
Thanks for coming with us on the drive. I can't wait for you to see the boardwalk. It's gonna be so fun. My friend's brother is 6 years old and he's kind of a pain. I see. I don't remember being 6 years old, and I don't really have anyone I know that's 6 years old. Is my niece? How old is my niece? I don't remember how old my niece is. Yeah. You only got as far as opening your mouth when Nicholas erupted into a stream of loud cheers. The young boy threw both his arms in the air and Derek ducked in his seat, clearly embarrassed. Woo! Woo! Nicholas's outburst didn't surprise you one bit. A tiny chuckle escaped Derek as he slowly slid his gaze back over to you. Sorry about that, Victor. The whole drive is probably gonna be this rowdy. I don't mind. You joined the celebration, chatting about the day's plans. You sang along to the music to entertain Nicholas. Oh, what's that outside? Look! You joked. You sat there quietly. Let's chat about the day's plans. Oh, ad break. Oh my god, there was an ad. I didn't realize. Welcome back from the ads. All three brothers immediately jumped in to tell you all about their favorite places and which rides they considered to be the coolest. Even Derek's parents chimed in with their favorite spots to visit. Later during the drive, Nicholas let out a gleeful squeal. You were confused at first at what managed to get the reaction from him, but soon it became clear. Nicholas remembered he had an entire baggie of snacks. Oh, time to munch on the snacks. He triumphantly pulled it out of his pocket and started munching away at all the tasty treats inside. For once, George followed Nicholas's lead and relaxed into a chill snack time. George munched away while watching the world pass by out his window. Derek, on the other hand, simply rested back on his seat with his arms behind his head. Do we eat the snacks now? Do we eat the snacks now? Let's have some snacks. And then we can save the rest for later. All it took was one look and your stomach felt envious. You pulled your zip baggie out and decided to treat yourself to a handful too. After Nicholas had devoured every crumb and licked every bit of sugar from his fingers, he was ready to play again. And so the ride continued on to the blasting beat of classic kindergarten tunes with fun road trip games. Despite the trip supposedly taking hours, it didn't feel long until you noticed the first sign of your destination. With building anticipation, you caught the first flashes of the tall rides in the distance. Parking lot. Parking lot. Both families pulled into the parking lot and the kids excitedly bounced out of the cars. Parents cheerfully waved at each other as the groups closed the distance between them. With everyone regrouped, the families strolled out onto the boardwalk. Your eyes widened. The place was even more amazing than you'd imagined. Ooh. It was like you stepped into a bright world of color. There were shops displaying various beach towels and boogie boards decorated with either popular cartoon characters or tropical flowers. Speaking of food, I'll heat up my own grub, BRB. Alright, fun. I have no snacks, that ain't fair. I have snacks. I have access to a whole storage of snacks. A whole box of snacks, even. Do I eat snacks right now? Question mark. I don't know. It was like you stepped into a bright world of color. Oh, right. I finished reading that. Clothing stalls had racks of sundresses, cover-ups, and swimwear in every pattern imaginable. Ahead, you could make out the colorful tufts of stuffed animals from the prize boards. Darts, ring toss, skee ball, and more waited further down the boardwalk. Music filled the air, but when you listened closely, you could make out so much more. There were various cheers and shouts of victory, joy, and fear. The screams had to be coming from the massive wooden roller coaster that towered beyond the stalls. From what you could tell already, this boardwalk was easily 5 times the scale of the entire shopping street in Sunset Bird. You loved it? You still preferred your own town shoreside tourist trap? You suddenly feel uncomfortable. You were in good spirits. You didn't know what to think. Do we love this more than our town's shoreside tourist trap? No. You were in good spirits. A theme park, it's just a boardwalk. I don't think it's gonna be a whole theme park. Humming happily along to the tunes, you made sure not to lose track of your group as you moved through the crowd. Now that you were seeing it for yourself, you finally understood the intensity behind Derek's descriptions. Ooh. The group began navigating down the wooden boards. Mrs. Suarez hastily grabbed onto Nicholas's arm for safekeeping, and just in time too. The bustling mood of the area had Nicholas raring to go. He wanted to see, play, and explore every inch. Unfortunately, the 4 parents were just not as energetic as the hyper 6-year-old. Ooh. Oh, yes. Dealing with a child, truly. With the affectionate shake of her head, Mrs. Suarez struggled to hold on to Nicholas's tiny hand as he attempted to sprint ahead. Irene, why not let the children go?
What?
Huh?
Will that be fine?
This child here, and the rest of them, I'm sure they'd rather enjoy the park on their own and at their own pace. They'd be safe with each other. You got a teenager, 2 preteens, and then 2 kids. Are we okay? Are we okay with that? We got Elizabeth, who's like 15, and then Derek and Victor 13, and then the kids. I don't know. Can we trust Elizabeth to be the responsible guy?
Sorry.
Oh, the voice in my head has returned. Hello, Riot. You were dragged out for cake? Hey, yo. How was the cake? Was it good? Where we live, that sounds like bad news for real, for real. Yeah. A 15-year-old can't handle, like, taking care of that many kids. Even though, like, the 13-year-olds are responsible enough, that's still a lot to be asked. To be on their own. Hi. Was the cake good? Had good cake? Nice. We are at the boardwalk now. She carefully weighed the scenarios in her mind while Nicholas was too busy trying to forcibly move her forward to notice the important conversation happening. Your mom shared a glance. I'd be alright with that as long as nobody left the boardwalk. It's large, but not too large.
Alright.
The kids are getting older, and they've earned a little freedom from our all-seeing eyes. Okay, adults and kids get to have their own day at the boardwalk. You caught both Elizabeth and Derek perking up. That was clearly a sign of a perfect day ahead for the two. Then Mrs. Suarez passed Nicholas off to her husband for a moment. She motioned for the older kids to circle closer to her.
No more.
No more treats for Nicholas. He's had enough candy and cookies for the day. I'm counting on you to keep to that. Mr. Suarez over there can't be trusted. Mr. Suarez can't be trusted. Mango Bravo cake. Holy shit. I had a cheesecake for my birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Nil. Happy late belated birthday. Yippee! I hope you had a good time during your birthday.
Oops.
Oops. He stood up straighter and looked away from his wife, pretending that he had no idea what she was talking about. Her knowing smile cracked into a light-hearted laugh. He admired the way her eyes sparkled, teasing her husband. She moved her attention back to the rest of you. Both George and Elizabeth gave her confident nods.
I'm on it.
We've got this, Mom. Derek answered with an added thumbs up. Mrs. Suarez proudly beamed, letting her gaze go between her boys. Derek's right, we got this. Oh, speaking of getting things, I have some money on hand for me and my brothers. Will you and Elizabeth be able to buy ride tickets and knickknacks or any sort of that stuff? Yeah, we have money. I think. I doubt the pocket change I have is gonna be enough for anything. Why didn't you have your wallet? I remembered my wallet. Well, I've got a nickel. Oh my god. I didn't bring any money. I remembered my wallet. You confidently put your hands to your hips. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Good for you.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We're gonna spend money on you two today anyway, so there's no harm if we let you have it. Besides, we don't get to go on trips like this every day. Go a little wild. Exactly. We want you to be able to do things here. Mom dug into her purse and then she pulled out a handful of bills. Oh, we're getting money. Elizabeth, yeah. Who was simping for her last stream? I think it was Elijah. Elijah was simping for Elizabeth. Hello, Mahito! Wait. No! I'm messing up the names again. It's purple. I forgot. This is why I just call you guys by the display names. I'm going to be calling you guys by your display names instead. It's purple. Hello, purple. Or what? Yeah, Elijah was simping for Elizabeth. Don't worry, Elijah is an outsider. They're not Victor. Me and Riot are Victor. We are not simping for Elizabeth. Hello, Purple. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot which is which. Oh, I'm definitely simping for Elizabeth. Okay, then I am Victor. I am the sibling. I remain the sibling here. She carefully counted out $15 and handed it to Elizabeth. $15! A whole ass $15! Let's go. Your sister was unimpressed with the amount and recounted the bills herself. Mom handed you your own $15 next, and you quietly chuckled to yourself. You couldn't help but think about how it probably would have been $20 if Mr. Holden was there. No, not the $20 bill again. They're never gonna live it down. They're never gonna let Cliff live it down. Thanks, Mom.
Thanks.
Thanks, Moms.
All right.
The music's a little loud, I think. Maybe. Here? Yeah, there. The mom with the brown hair looks like Iana from Dress to Impress. Ooh. You cheated on me for her previously. Oh, what is this drama? Chat. I'm not simping for Elizabeth. Okay, Riot. We're all set then. We'll meet here again at 8 p.m. in front of the first stall. Mrs. Suarez took her youngest's arm and crouched down to his level. She brushed some stray hairs out of his face. Go and stay with your brothers today. Be good for them. With an eager nod, Nicholas bolted over to Derek and clung to his jeans. Derek laughed with the sudden weight and put his hands firmly on the younger boy's shoulders, just in case he decided to run off. Two sets of parents disappeared into the crowd, moving towards the nearby stores. Standing at your tiptoes, you caught your moms waving goodbye one last time before they were completely out of sight. Elizabeth spun in a circle, spotting all the things she might want to try. She must have deemed the boardwalk to be cool because she was cheerier by the second. Eventually, her gaze returned to you and the Suarez brothers. It was clear that her daydreams crashed back to reality. Next to her, George rocked to his tiptoes and then back down. Catching your eye, he stopped and nervously inched a little bit closer to Derek. It must feel awkward for a little kid to have two new additions to what was usually a special family affair. You offered him a smile but tried not to stare at him. You were so eager to get going already. The clock was ticking and you didn't want to miss a single activity. The chat is Elizabeth Sims Mori. Oh, wait until step 3. Wait until step 3, guys. Wait until you see Elizabeth in step 3. Derek awkwardly took a couple large steps forward. His strides were wobbly as Nicholas held onto him tighter, but Derek was ultimately unfazed.
Okay.
Okay, we should start the day right. The face painting stall is up here near the front.
Yeah.
Face painting! George brightened at the notion and Nicholas shook Derek as hard as he could without shaking himself off. Derek's grin widened as he laughed at his brother's delight. Face painting? We're doing face painting? Yeah, let's go.
So immature.
Face painting? Are you serious? Nicholas was too absorbed at the thoughts of paint to notice her attitude, but George's joy vanished instantly. You could pinpoint the exact second Elizabeth remembered how much younger Derek's siblings were. Yeah, these are just kids. Let them have the face painting, yo. Elizabeth uncrossed her arms, feeling a bit rotten. She cleared her throat and begrudgingly tried to pull back her visible distaste. I don't need one. However, of course we can go over the dat stall. Anyone who wants to do it should. That's great. Honestly, there's lots of times to do tons of things, so it's not a big deal. If sometimes it isn't what you want to do, right? His green stare hardened. He directed the statement at both the youngest and oldest member of the crew. Elizabeth snorted, displeased that a kid like Derek was acting like he was in charge. But Derek wasn't in his respectful guest mode, which is what Elizabeth usually saw him in the neighborhood. Derek was entirely in the elder brother role. He kept a stern stare on her for another moment before shifting to you. Are you alright with letting my brothers get their faces painted? You can too if you wanna. It's actually a lot of fun. Oh, do we get face paint, guys? I don't mind going, but I don't want to get painted either. Ooh, face painting. I want to get my face painted too. Chat, do we get face paintings? Yes, face paint. I don't know. Are we allergic to face paint? I don't know. Yes, get face paint. Put some paint on your face. All right. Woo, face painting. Face painting, face painting. You threw both fists into the air as you cheered, and all three Suarez brothers beamed. Before anyone moved, Derek carefully removed Nicholas's hand from his pants and took a hold of the young boy's hand instead, like his mom had done before. Derek cheerfully pointed ahead with his free hand.
Let's go.
Let's go! Derek led the way for your group. You followed his line of sight to the row of shops and spotted a large, colorful umbrella. As you approached, you noticed two open chairs under the shade of that umbrella, one for the artist and the other for the person being painted. Next to it was a canvas posted with a collage of photos. The example showed off cheeks dotted with daisies, sparkling gold stars, shooting over temples, peace signs, and a whole rainbow of butterflies. Skulls and spiders were options for kids who wanted to get their face painted and still look tough. Someone like Cove, you thought to yourself, chuckling. Of course, that was only a joke. You were positive Cove would actually get a fish, or a shell, or a dolphin, or something like that. You peeked at the painting tools in the mirror on the wheeled counter. Dances in Mori getting face paintism? Damn. The artist appeared to be a teen just out of high school, or maybe in college. Many of the stalls you passed had younger people running them. Ooh, summer jobs. Are you having fun at your summer job, sir? The artist eyed your group carefully in return. Hello. Hi. Huh? Oh my god. Hey yo, I recognize this name. Hi, welcome. I'm Xavier. Would you like me to paint your face today?
Definitely.
Yes, please. Xavier went over and plopped down to one of the chairs. Derek nudged George towards the other. Do you want to go first? George hesitated and chewed at the bottom of his lip. But he wasn't sure until he realized no one else moved to take the open seat. He seized the opportunity and sat down. What can I do for you?
Okay.
Xavier, Ayo. No, you guys do not know who Xavier is. They will appear again later, but this is a character I recognize later in the story. I do? Who is Xavier? Who's Xavier, Riot? Do you actually know who Xavier is? Do you remember at least? I want a football, right here. Without missing a beat, George pointed to his forehead. Elizabeth huffed quietly at the conversation, but Xavier gave a serious nod. I can do that, no problem. Yeah, you recognize it. You recognize her. Yippee! Them. I forgot. Xavier is they, them. Yeah. Yeah, it's because of, I got so used to hearing their voice. It's the social norms of assuming the gender. No! I'm sorry, Xavier. I can't believe I can't believe they had a summer job here. The artist lightly brushed George's bangs aside and began to work. Next to you, Derek's brow furrowed intently as he studied the picture collage of options. What's up, Derek? But Derek continued to quietly mull things over. He pressed a hand to his chin and sighed. Nicholas will get what I get. I'm not sure what to get because of that. He doesn't like soccer as much as George likes football. So that's probably not the best choice. I could get a car for obvious reasons, but Nicholas also really loves rainbows. And he does already have cars on his shirt. Do we give him a rainbow? If you get a spider, Nicholas can pretend it's a real one and scare people. It's sweet that he loves rainbows. Let him have one. Just get the car. You can't lose with that. Which one do we pick, guys? Spider, cause funny. Chat. We need more people. We need more people to answer this. I'm not feeling the spider. Spider? No, not you too, Daisy. I just want to see what happens. Alright. Sure. You could get a spider. Nicholas can pretend it's a real one and scare people. That'll give him something to entertain himself. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Derek ran an absent-minded hand through his hair as he imagined all the ways his brother would terrorize those within his orbit. He laughed.
Right.
I think Nick was gonna get a kick out of it. The corners of your lips curled mischievously. You rubbed your hands together. Excellent. Prankster arc, let's go. George's football didn't take long to finish at all. He got up with a delighted grin and tried to tip his head enough to see the painting without a mirror. He couldn't, but that didn't put a damper on his fun. One of his hands hovered around the football and you knew he was fighting the urge to poke the wet paint. Cool. Derek slid onto the customer chair next. Nicholas leaned his hands on the edge of the seat and intensely watched the artist get to work. As the painting took shape, the smile on Nicholas's face grew until he was cackling. He finally figured it out. The artist proudly added the finishing touches and then addressed the youngest Suarez instead. Xavier twirled their paintbrush. Now what do you think? It's awesome! Just what I like to hear. You're good to go then.
Thanks.
Thank you. Derek took one last glance at himself in the mirror and hopped off the chair. He pointed to the open seat with his thumb. Your turn, Nico. Nicholas clambered onto the chair with a pinched brow. Once he got settled, he sat up tall like a big boy. Hello, what can I do for you today? A spider! Xavier's gaze instinctively went back to the piece they just finished on Derek. They immediately put together what was happening. That's a great idea. Let's get started. They, them, is that the same Xavier? Have you played the Baxter DLC, Daisy? Do you know who I'm talking about? Have people actually played the game? Oh my god! They, them, is that the same Xavier? It probably is. They use they, them. Oh my god, you guys. No, I've just seen videos of it. Oh. Yeah, it probably is the same Xavier that we meet later on. I wonder what they would say now that we actually met them earlier in our childhood. Would they recognize us if we meet them later? I'm not sure. That would be interesting though. I played through the whole game up until the wedding DLC last week. But I never really played through the Baxter I never really played through the Derek content, Derek DLC content. So I don't know if it actually happens that they would recognize us if we met them like here and then see them again later on. That would be interesting. I'm so curious now. Ooh. Our Lord and Xavier. Nicholas nodded and then put all his mental energy onto holding still. He weren't sure how long the 6-year-old could keep that up before he started to squirm. While it was fun to watch Nicholas, you knew your focus was better spent deciding on what design you were actually getting. You were next, so you gave the canvas another look. You picked out... Ooh. Which one do we pick? A shooting star. Ooh. I like that one. I like stars. Took the dad right out of my joke, right? He beat you to it. Bun. Shooting star or alien face? Did you get your photos printed? Bogus binted? Bogus binted? Hello Daigo, welcome in. We're currently deciding which face painting we're gonna get. Star is nice. Okay. Let's go with shooting star. Yippee! Again, Xavier made quick work painting, and Nicholas was soon jumping out of his chair with a brand new spider adorning his jeep. He walked over and took his place in the chair. Can I get one too? Of course! The three brothers huddled together off to the side, proudly admiring and showing off each other's face paint. Elizabeth crossed her arms, spotting you in the chair next. She'd been quietly hanging around the stall, attempting not to be too impatient. You were the last one left to go. Oh, ads. Let's wait for the ads to finish. Welcome back from the ads. Alright, yeah, we were just talking about Xavier earlier. This is the artist that'll be painting our face paint. But since I've been playing this game a lot, I recognize the name, and now I know that we're gonna be meeting them again later on in the story. And then I got really curious if they'll remember us once we finish this moment. It's super cool because this game has like callbacks and all that stuff. So I'm really curious what what'll be the extra content that I haven't seen before. I can start when you're ready. Right, you shifted your attention away from your group and instead stared directly into the artist's face. You like their pink hair. It is Xavier! It is Xavier! Ah! Oh, it is Xavier! They had pink hair. You like their pink hair. Ah! It is! Oh, I'm looking forward to meeting you again. I want to be your friend. Truly. It was pulled back and tucked into a uniform hat. And from this distance, you realized that their eyes were more purplish than brown color than the brown color they looked when far away. So, what can I do for you? Can you paint me a shooting star? I can work with that. The artist dipped a clean brush into their starting color, and then they reached forward to begin drawing on your cheek. The paint felt cooler than you imagined. They're having a summer job face painting. That's nice. If they don't remember us, I'm gonna be hurt. No. No. Trying not to move too much, the bristles lightly tickled as they glided across your skin. Stroke by stroke, Xavier started with the outer lines and then filled the center of the drawing. Before you knew it, it was over. You eagerly checked yourself in the mirror on the counter and beamed. Thank you so much! You're welcome. You got up and rejoined the others. That was a delightful pep in your step as you pointed to the final result. Nice choice! Now that you and the Suarez brothers were happy with all your face painting, it was time to discover the next activity. Derek quickly paid for him and his brothers. You dug out some of your own money too, and then it was time to go. Have a good day! You too, Xavier! Oh, he's getting friendly. I never realized Xavier was, well, young teenager. How old is a young teenager having a summer job? Probably 15, maybe? 16, 17, I don't know. A summer job at a boardwalk. How old would that be? 16? If this was a prequel type of deal? Well, it has happened before with Baxter. I've seen the callbacks from when we met them at the soiree. 16, so basically like 3 years older. Well, just around our age, I guess. I thought they'd be older. But my assumption was still they're like about the same age. So, okay. Your group gave one final round of thank yous to Xavier before moving on from the stall. The flow of the crowd brought you all drifting down the boardwalk. Hello, Aito! Hello! Welcome in! We just finished getting face painted today, and now we're going off on another adventure in the boardwalk. Welcome in, how are you? We just met Xavier. I'm really hoping to meet them again soon and figure out what the extra content is, if there ever is a callback. The flow of the crowd, brought you all drifting down the boardwalk. As you traveled further in, you actually spotted your parents. The Suarez boys jumped and waved, and their dad did exactly the same thing across the way. Next to him, Mrs. Suarez tried hiding her ear-to-ear grin with her hands. Your moms had their heads close together, laughing at Mr. Suarez's reaction. Oh, let's wave. Let's wave back. All the commotion had you blushing, and in comparison to the Suarez family, you were shyly waving. You simply hoped your moms could find you amongst the crowd. Oh wait, no, we're not shy. What the heck? I just didn't want to jump. Oh, do we jump? Sure, let's jump and wave. I just wanted to wave. Throwing your hands in the air, you waved them like crazy as you bounced in place. Elizabeth sidestepped away from the group, not wanting to be associated with the undignified behavior. Okay. You don't know how to have fun, Elizabeth. Redo? We're not shy at all. This is Victor Orange Slice. Ma spotted you right away and pointed Mom in your direction. They joyously waved back to you and Elizabeth. Then your parents continued on with their own adventure. Your group traveled further down the boardwalk. You browsed the long rows of shops, pointing out all the interesting things on sale. As the afternoon stretched on, your gang continued to enjoy the boardwalk. Elizabeth took long strides and led the pack, cutting her way through the crowd. Everyone was willing to follow her. The Suarez brothers were giving her some leeway since it was her first time there, and you were used to your older sister's attitude. She was making a beeline to the roller coaster, a singular big kid ride of the boardwalk, and nothing was gonna stand in her way. You kept up with Elizabeth and walked alongside her. You hung back with Derek, George, and Nicholas. What do we do with this? Do we leave the Suarez brothers behind and follow Elizabeth, or do we hang back? Chat, tell me. Do a coin toss. Do I have a coin? I don't have a coin. Are we excited for the roller coaster, or do we hang back with Derek? I'm thinking about it. Hang back with Derek. Okay. Alright. The voice in my head said hang back with hang back with Derek. Riot. Alright, let's hang back. Elizabeth was fine on her own, and you weren't just there for the rides, you wanted to spend time with your friend. Nicholas had stopped holding on to Derek, instead flitting around on his own. Derek continued to keep a sharp eye on him. He occasionally pursed his lips when Nicholas was on the cusp of wandering further away than safety allowed. He watched the little boy as well. His attention wasn't nearly as single-minded as Elizabeth's. He eventually started to lag, unable to keep up with Elizabeth's breakneck speed. Breakneck pace. Nicholas tottered at the end of the group, slowing his pace, falling behind, and then bursting forward to catch back up. It happened on repeat. His eyelids drooped and his head bobbed forward. There was an expression of vacant determination on his face. That was a special kind of stubbornness only the youngest people in society could muster. The type where the concept of stopping wasn't just ignored, it flat out didn't exist in their minds. Luckily for Nicholas, he had a more self-aware big brother who could set limits for him. Hey, let's sit down for a second. What? It's a long walk, especially if you got small legs. So you mean for you? Man! Oh, they really did him dirty like this. Oh man. You got short legs, bro. Joke's on you, that's not in my vocabulary type deal. Damn. What did I click? So you mean for you? That's right, I do need to take a break. Derek willingly accepted Elizabeth's shot at his stature. You could guess why pretty easily, based on his leading tone. If Derek wanted to rest, Nicholas would want that too. Derek scanned the area and pointed out some tables in the distance. Elizabeth glanced at the path ahead once but didn't argue about changing course. She picked an empty table that looked to be the cleanest of the selection. Everyone took a seat with a marked preference for sitting under the shaded half. You grabbed your water bottle and took a long, refreshing drink. It remained relatively cool in your tongue. Derek hefted Nicholas onto his lap, his brother wiggling slightly until he found a comfortable position. Victor has the right idea, it's water time! Nicholas gave a no audible response, his eyes were completely closed. However, he did accept the water Derek placed into his hands. He sipped it sluggishly. Unfortunately, Nicholas tipped the water bottle upwards until it started to spill.
Oops.
Oops! Derek snatched the bottle back and chuckled. Nicholas opened his eyes slightly, barely perturbed by getting splashed. He rubbed his wet face on Derek's shirt and stayed resting against his chest. Derek patted his head. You admit it was cute. Elizabeth and George drank their water too, side-eyeing the scene but not saying a word. Ooh. I will drink as well. It is water time. I just noticed the football on the dude's forehead. Yeah, he got it face painted there. Football. You followed Elizabeth and George's example and silently observed Nicholas. You should drink, Derek. You kept to your own business. What do we do? Do we just observe? Sure. He swayed and Derek wrapped an arm around him before he could fall over. It was a notable difference from how hyper the kid had been earlier. Neither of his brothers were surprised by his drowsiness. Ah yes, the evident sugar crash. George finished his drink with a final chug. He inclined his head towards his two brothers. Nicholas is gonna fall asleep. Elizabeth twisted the cap back on her bottle. She was ready to go. What now? Nicholas let out a small, snuffly noise, a snore. Derek looked down at his clearly sleeping little brother. But it was no issue for Derek. He brushed it off as easily as Elizabeth's insult. It's cool. I'll find our parents and they can look after Nico while he naps. Mom and Dad won't mind taking him along since he's down for the count. They're probably sitting in one of the restaurants, or browsing a store or something. Elizabeth nodded, glad that it wouldn't be her problem. George appeared more hesitant. Okay. He peeked at Elizabeth, then back to you. Derek smiled reassuringly and continued to pitch his plan. Plus, Elizabeth wanted to ride the roller coaster. I would have had to sit back with Nicholas anyway since he's too short for it. It just makes sense for you three to do that while I'm dropping off Nicholas. So go get that ride, I'll catch up later. Oh. Guys, I'm in cat paradise. Are you in a cat cafe, BP? Hey yo. Hi. Welcome back. George sighed. He was being left behind thanks to Nicholas, but was placated enough to not argue with his older brother. Okay, you nodded and accepted the plan. Are you sure? I'll stay with you so you two aren't alone. Can I go with you, please? We could all go find your parents together. Splitting up is a bad idea. What do we do with this? Which one do we pick, guys? My uncle's cats are fluffy. I got cat hair on my shirt. Damn. Cat hair. Tag along? To who? Which one? To Derek? Or to Elizabeth and George? Tag along. Yes, Derek. I wish to hear the opinion of the voice in my head, but unfortunately, he's out for the count. I don't know what happened to him once again. Are you okay, Riot? I am calling out to you through the recesses of my mind. Are you there? Riot! Can I go with you? Please? Well, alright, if in 5 seconds, Riot is still not here, I'm going to choose to go with Derek. Question mark. Riot! Bro, what happened to you? You haven't been responding. Which one do we pick? Garbage, ayo. Bro's doing chores while trying to romance Derek. Ayo. Of course he's gonna fall for you. A responsible person? Being a responsible person, yeah, Derek's gonna like you for sure. Giga Chad right there, yeah. You did garbage, ayo. Why did you do garbage? But yeah, take your pick, Riot. Go with Derek. Alright, we're gonna be bringing his youngest brother, Nicholas, back to their parents. But I feel awkward leaving Elizabeth with George. Man. Can I go with you, please? Derek's brows furrowed at your request.
Are you sure?
Do you really want to come? It's gonna be a chore. You'd have more fun with Elizabeth and George. Don't worry about me. I can be another set of eyes so we can find your parents faster. I want to help. Derek gave you another minute to change your mind. When you didn't, he beamed brightly back at you.
It's on.
Alright, you're with me. Split up. One of them jumped off to my groin, hurt my crotch. Thoughts and prayers for you, BP. Thoughts and prayers 07. Derek continued, now full of eagerness. We have 2 teams and 2 missions. Pass Nicholas over to the parents and ride the roller coaster while that's happening. Let's go get that done. Victor and I will meet you at the ride, so you can stay there if you finish first. The plan met everyone's approval. Elizabeth faced Derek.
Thanks.
Well, thanks then. Her tone was lukewarm and could easily be mistaken as sarcastic. Derek shot you a look, not completely sure if Elizabeth was being serious or not. You held in a snort and discreetly nodded back to Derek, willing to play Elizabeth's interpreter. Derek relaxed and smiled at your sister.
Bye.
Bye. He winked at you while Elizabeth and George began to get up and ready themselves. We'll see them soon. He carefully shifted Nicholas around from snoozing on his lap to Boyd in his arm. Gently, he eased onto his feet. You dealt with your water and sprung on your feet. Bye, have fun, don't have too much fun without us. Elizabeth, you better take care of George. Bye. Both Elizabeth and George waved at you. Derek began to speed walk, moving quickly but smoothly to not jostle his brother too much. You had to keep up a good pace to not be left behind. There's no dawdling or distractions, despite the best attempts of the boardwalk to draw its guests' attention with dazzling displays and enthusiastic employees. Derek might as well have been walking through an empty hall. You followed your friend down the line of stores and peeked into the restaurant windows. There was no sign of your parents. Your steps started to slow down as you checked another side of the massive boardwalk. This might take longer than I thought. But it'll be alright. He kept upbeat as he pressed his face onto yet another window. Still nothing. The hair got in my mouth. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, BP. How do you choke from cat hair? How's that happening? How does that happen? Are you... No, don't you don't cough up a hairball, okay? Don't cough up a hairball. Maybe George and Elizabeth will have time to ride the roller coaster twice. It's not like it'd be horrible for them. Though, there, his enthusiasm flagged a little.
That's a bummer.
It does suck that you're stuck with this. Sorry. I didn't want to ride the roller coaster anyway. I'm stuck anywhere. I'm not stuck anywhere. I'm spending time with you. I'd rather be here. That means you're stuck too. Stayed focused on your mission. Oh. What if we chose this one? Guys. Riot. Would Victor say this? Yes? Okay. Okay. Do it. Thanks. Ah! Cute. He blushed and busied himself peering into the next restaurant. After a bit more searching, Derek spoke again.
So...
Do you like roller coasters, or are you scared of them? Is Victor Orange Slice scared of roller coasters? Riot, we need your answer on that. Really, Derek? That's what I get? Thanks. Hey man, he's 13. He's 13 on the verge of puberty. Are we scared of roller coasters? Is Victor Orange Slice scared of roller coasters? I like them alright. I think roller coasters are great. I'm scared of them. I don't think they're fun. You shrugged, not wanting to get into it. Victor likes roller coasters. I think roller coasters are great. The corners of Derek's lips raised. We'll have to ride it together later. Elizabeth and George can deal with going again. His response made you glad you were friends. Actually, my family really likes going to amusement parks. I've been to this boardwalk probably more than 5 times. We've gone to other places. Some have a lot more ride options. Oh, and water parks too. He continued chatting along about his favorite water park as you searched down the boardwalk. There are slides and lazy rivers and those giant buckets that dump water on you. Lucky. I've never been to one. Like for real, even in real life, me, Mori. Moshi Moshi 911, this man right here with the name Riot. Oh no. Hello, police. Lucky. It is a lot of fun, but really, it's nothing too special. Flustered and contradictory, he tried to fidget with his hands, only to remember they were full with Nicholas. You have plenty of time to catch up. You can keep coming along with my family. He listened carefully as he recounted his past theme park excursions. He ranked them on attractions, wait time, and stuff to keep your younger family members entertained. With the conversation light, you both gathered and you both laughed and smiled as you walked. Wait! He stopped in his tracks. Nicholas lightly thumped against his chest at the sudden loss of momentum. Derek readjusted him, and luckily Nicholas stayed asleep. I totally forgot we were supposed to be finding our parents. I wasn't even looking anywhere. He shook his head to refocus. Yeah, we got a little distracted. With that reminder, you both continued searching. Sleeping Beauty occasionally let out a snore. Sleeping Beauty? You haven't been to a roller coaster, Mori? To a water park. They were talking about a water park. I've never been to a water park. I vaguely remember riding a roller coaster before when I was young. But that's about it. It was an indoor roller coaster. I've never been to a water park. I do not know how to swim. Does a water resort count? A water resort is different from a water park though. Like, a water park has like those slides and attractions and stuff. A water resort? I don't know. I think they only have like swimming pools, right? Maybe the beach. I've been to water resorts before. Picturing Mori with pool floaties struggling in a pool. I am too afraid of going into deeper water, okay? I can only handle as much as my feet are placed on solid ground, and or I am clinging onto a very stable floaty or something. Once it gets deeper. I am the dog that cannot swim. More like a cat. I don't know. Nicholas didn't contribute to the quest. So, find Mori going to the beach? Yeah, I've been to the beach multiple times now. I wish I wish I could have gone to nicer beaches though. The last beach I went to had like trash washing up shore. You wandered all around the boardwalk, eyes peeled for any sign of your parents. The sky turned golden as the sun began to disappear under the horizon. You glanced out to the sea and looked as if the ocean was swallowing the day. Lights began to click on, and the already shiny buildings of the boardwalk were set aglow. You took a moment to absorb the sunset. It was nice to take a breath and ignore the noisy backdrop. It was then that you finally got an answer to your mystery. No wonder you hadn't noticed before. Derek, look over there. Derek took a gander at your direction. He raised his eyebrows. He squinted into the distance before his jaw dropped. As soon as he understood, he blurted out his shock. They rented bikes? Across the way, pedaling along, the two pairs of parents were having a lovely double date. Yes. Of course we could never see them. They've been zipping around. Alright, let's wait for the ad to end on Twitch. No, the parents rented the bikes. The parents were riding the bikes. They were riding the bikes around the boardwalk. Thank you for the head pats, A4. They went and rented bikes without us, ayo. They were having a lovely double date. They were far enough away that you couldn't see much more than their helmets, but you could tell that Mom was laughing about something with her head thrown back. That explained that, he muttered under his breath in frustration. He gritted his teeth as the annoyance drained. Oh, the cold truth hit him and he whispered, defeated. They can't take Nicholas on a bike. No! No! Derek shrunk in on himself. Oh no, so they can stop riding. What are we gonna do? He's their kid, they have to take it. Oh no. Both you and Derek couldn't stop watching your parents with wide eyes. They were blissfully unaware you were even there. Finally, he let out a tired breath that was dangerously close to a sigh. His shoulders drooped enough to visibly lower Nicholas. I can't do it. I can't give him to them. Derek, I don't know about that. Derek flinched and lowered his lip. But, not one to keep the mood down, Derek tried to shake it off. A soft smile pulled at his face. He faced the sun and spoke into the slowly disappearing light. It's just one of those things. It happens. Derek twitched at his deep sleep. Nicholas twitched in his deep sleep and Derek pulled him closer. He remembered Derek saying that before, when he was worried about not being able to attend the party. It didn't happen last time. But he wasn't so lucky today.
I've got a plan.
Don't worry, I've got a plan. He waited for him to continue. With every word, more confidence filled his demeanor. We should go see Elizabeth and George. They must be going crazy wondering where we are. You agreed, but we're still concerned. We're still unhappy? Just wanted to move on. Well, regardless, we still agree. C'est la vie. Unless one of those bikes is with a cab with it, man, it doesn't. You're still concerned. Was it really okay? Sure, going back to the rest of the group made sense. What else could you do if Derek refused to approach his parents? But you still hadn't solved the Nicholas problem. You worried that it wasn't going to turn out the best for your friend. Alright. You backtracked to the roller coaster. Derek was shuffling behind you. He'd slowed down from his bustling pace earlier. He had to be tired. Beside the sign that let you measure if you were tall enough to ride the roller coaster, Elizabeth stood with folded arms and George waved. Hi, we're here. Elizabeth and George walked over and met you halfway. Hey. He scuffed one of his shoes on the ground. He felt the weight of Elizabeth's gaze and let out a nervous chuckle. He shrugged as if to say, yeah, the parents' plan didn't work out. Sorry for taking so long. There was sort of a problem. Duh. Nicholas snuffled into Derek's shirt as he snored. Before she and George could ask for more details, Derek jumped in with the other idea he'd hinted at. Optimism? No. I'm gonna hold Nicholas until it's time to go home. The rest of you can keep having fun. Go wherever you want. George uncomfortably pulled at his shirt, stretching the fabric at its seams. I don't want to go, I want to help. He felt visibly bad about all of this being put on Derek. You got the impression that if George was a little bit bigger, he'd offer to take a turn holding his baby brother instead.
No.
No, it's okay, I'll be fine. You really shouldn't waste all your time standing around with me. Plus, who would help Elizabeth and Victor around the boardwalk? They haven't been here before, you know this place and you can make sure they don't get lost. Or don't miss the good parts. George turned to you and Elizabeth but hesitated with his answer. It would help me to know we didn't send them off alone. They're our guests, right? No, I accidentally pressed the mute button. Okay, am I back? You guys can hear me? Audio. What did I press? I don't know what I pressed. Is it am I is stuff wrong? Hello? I don't know what filters I have on. Is my audio good? Oh, I have radio on. Hello? Turn off radio. Okay, there. Filters. Alright. You're back with Mori Radio. Let's go. I'm going to take a little sip. Wow, filters. I sound like an old radio announcer. Hello, one and all. I don't know what you say in the radio. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Hello, I just speedrun through half the dishes. I'll get back to them later. Bro, do your dishes. What the hell? Don't half-ass the chores, bro. You gotta finish what needs to be done. Bon and Nil will keep me company. Don't worry about it. This segment is brought to... Okay, hold on. Okay. This segment is brought to you by Mori support platforms like Patreon and Coffee. I don't have Patreon. I only have a Coffee, and I don't even have a membership set up. Okay. No, yeah, I don't have memberships. I don't know what I would offer for memberships. Is radio off now? Let me check. Filters. Okay, radio is off. I'm willing it to exist now. No! What would I even offer? Okay, radio is off. Thanks, George. Derek leaned closer to Elizabeth and whispered, I don't want George to miss out on the boardwalk because of Nicholas. Or because of me. Please go take him and have some fun. Elizabeth and Derek made eye contact for all you could figure. And for all you could figure, they had some sort of eldest sibling telepathy going on. Ah yes. The older sibling. That was the only way you could explain it because rather than arguing, she agreed to work with Derek. I'll do it. Elizabeth then pressed her lips together and considered you. She snorted, then lightly flicked your nose. But I don't need Victor with me. George isn't a pain. Derek's brow creased, not expecting that. She's being our wingman, guys. He's being our wingman. W sister, yippee! Yeah, I'll stay with Derek. I can stay with Derek? Right, I'll handle taking Derek out for some fun. You nodded and agreed with Elizabeth's nudging. You were frustrated with Derek but still didn't want to abandon him. Yeah, I'll stay with Derek. I thought so. Victor... Derek's voice was strangled and hushed.
You don't have to.
You don't have to do that. What about you? Why does it have to just be you? You could have suggested we take turns watching Nicholas. Derek shook his head, and you felt your stubbornness spark.
It doesn't matter.
It's fine. Somebody's gotta be here for Nicholas. And it's easiest if I do it. That's all. Well, now it's going to be easiest if we do it together.
Yeah, sure.
George, show me something interesting. And they left. And they left. George gulped but nodded. His gaze bounced between Elizabeth and your standoff with Derek, and he wisely decided to take his leave. He led Elizabeth away, passing by assorted stalls. He seemed to have an idea of where he was going, so you figured he and your sister would probably have a good time. Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot, bouncing around like the floor was on fire. It got more panicked the further away your sister and his brother got without you. Victor, you have to go. I'm the one who decided not to give him to our parents. It's not your fault. It's mine. You need to go have fun. You're telling me I need fun kinda takes the fun out of it. With the two other when the two others were completely out of sight, Derek stopped his frantic movement, having spent all his excess nervous energy. You met his gaze head on, staring at the friend who simply couldn't help himself from being helpful. His face changed into something tense and small. You wondered how many times he did this, took on all the responsibility so that the others didn't have to be bothered. It didn't seem like he was called out on it much. Slowly he smiled. His grin was tender enough to be genuine. Well then, if you're gonna be here anyways, we don't have to make it ourselves miserable. It's you and me, and, well, Nicholas time. Yeah.
Alright.
Alrighty. He lifted Nicholas higher and stood tall, ready to take on the world. Then his knees buckled and he blushed. Can we sit down somewhere? Yeah, it's probably a good idea. After spending all that time searching high and low, both of you needed a break. You both dragged yourselves over to a nearby bench, thankfully. It was thankfully empty and away from the crowd. Derek took a heavy seat and exhaled deeply. He kept Nicholas clutched close to his chest. It was a familiar motion, one that Derek must have done hundreds of times before. What's our comment? I get why Nicholas is so attached to you. Maybe you shouldn't take on everything yourself. You don't like getting help, do you? I admire how responsible you are. Your parents are lucky to have you. You stayed quiet. What do we say to him? What do we say to him, chat? I admire how responsible you are. Compliment. I get why Nicholas is so attached to you. Jab. Admire. Okay. I admire how responsible you are. After you both had settled, Derek carefully reached into his pocket. He struggled to dig around to find what he was searching for. Aha! He pulled out his special snack baggie in triumph. It was still completely full, untouched from this morning. Derek tried to pick out some morsels from the bag, but it was even harder to keep Nicholas from flopping over. Let me help. Derek flushed at your offer and became self-conscious over the fact that you noticed his difficulty.
Thanks.
Thanks. Despite his embarrassment, he passed the snacks to you. You took the bag and he steadied his hold on Nicholas. Oh, I just need the granola chunks. You can leave the other stuff in there. Is that your favorite? Yeah, but no. You squinted at him in confusion. He laughed cheekily, having expected your reaction. It's my favorite snack in the bag, but that's not the reason I want it. The other stuff isn't for me. Oh. There's a handful of the cereal Nicholas secretly likes. That way he can have something that's not just candies and cookies. I brought the walnuts for George in case we were out too long and he got hungry. And he dropped his gaze at you from you shyly.
Honestly,
The almonds are for you. You know, maybe you'd get hungry too. He packed almonds for us? He packed almonds for us? Yo? Damn. I didn't know you... I didn't know you worked that way, Derek. Damn, I should have packed some granola chunks for you too. Man. That's 4 handfuls. Thank you, Derek. You always think ahead. That's so nice of you. You shouldn't use your snack bag for other people. Stop doing everything for everyone else. And what if you needed more for yourself? You always think ahead. And what if you needed more for yourself? Well, knowing Derek right now, he's incredibly selfless. So he wouldn't even mind having less for himself. Let's just say you always think ahead. You hadn't expected him to be quite so strategic with his snack bag, but it made sense.
No worries.
It's nothing. His tone was bright at your encouragement. You want any almonds? You can take it. Ooh. Do we want to? Do we want to? The Giga Chat at a young age. Oh. Yes, forced to mature at 13. Because he had to take care of 2 younger siblings. He was forced to mature at 13. You should eat it. It's your special snack bag. I don't want it. You nodded and accepted. You shook your head and refused. What do we say for this? You should eat it. It's your special snack bag.
Okay.
Alright, you can hand it over. He chuckled and you fished out some granola bars and almonds. Derek held out his hand and you carefully dropped the snacks onto his palm. Thanks! Where's the sharing option? He popped one of the tiny oat clusters into his mouth and started chewing. You decided to pull out your own snacks. You wanted to eat and share your own snacks with Derek. You offered Derek some of your own snacks. Let's share with Derek. You found your baggie and unzipped it. You started snacking along with Derek. Every so often, you pluck out some more granola from Derek's bag and pass it over between bites. Want some? You held out your baggie in a place where you could pour it out for Derek, as he said, if he said yes. His eyes lit up in amusement as he considered your snacks. But he winked at you, a clear sign of the clownery to come.
Sorry.
No, those are your snacks, so you gotta eat them. No! He said no, you. No! He told us, he pulled out the Uno reverse card. He pulled out the Uno reverse card. No! You laughed. Turnabout was a fair play. You refused him, so he'd refuse you. No. Both of you leisurely enjoyed the time. The bench was comfortable, the food delicious, the scenery was busy, enough there was always something to watch. The munching and high-pitched snoring served as the only sound between you for a while. You passed Derek the last cluster of granola, and you had to really try to get it out of the bag around all the cereal and walnut chunks. He accepted it with great enthusiasm, then took his final bites. He swallowed, satisfied. He absent-mindedly patted Nico's head as he peered up and down the street. Something caught his eye and he lit up. You know, I was so focused before, I kind of forgot where we were. This is still the boardwalk. He was as excited as he'd been towards the beginning of the day.
Let's go.
Wanna walk around? There's still a lot of interesting stuff here, even if we're only looking. Yeah, that sounds nice. Derek gave you a thumbs up and then hummed at Nicholas. Can you help me move him to my back? It'll be easier for a long haul. Piggyback ride. You stood up to help. It took both of you fumbling around, but with effort you were able to get the boy comfortably on Derek's back. Then you left the bench behind to explore the bustling waterfront park. Without consciously deciding to, you gravitated to the edge of the path closest to the sea. Ah, yes, the ocean calls. The ocean calls. You studied the beautiful ocean, your breath almost taken away by how the water sparkled under the last flickers of sunlight. The evening remained pleasantly warm despite the encroaching darkness. Your skin felt taut under your face paint. The paint had started to crack after its long exposure to the elements. Is it normal for Nicholas to fall asleep like this? Kind of. Sometimes something is so exciting that Nicholas bounces off the walls just by imagining it. By the time he actually gets there, he's already burnt himself out. I'm pretty sure Nico didn't sleep at all last night because he knew today was gonna be boardwalk day. Aw, that's cute. Aw, that sucks he's missing this. Will he be upset if he slept through the day when he wakes up? I used to do that when I was little. Would he be upset if he slept through the day when he wakes up? I promise he'll be alright. Nico isn't great at imagining what he might have done if things were different. He lives in the moment. Ah, yes. We could all learn a lesson from Nicholas. Let us live in the moment. All the what ifs and whatabouts, they don't matter. What's happening right now is what matters. As long as he wakes up on his own, he won't be a grouchy monster. Your parents should give you a raise. I hope George and Elizabeth are having a good time. I hope Nicholas is at least having good dreams. You stayed quiet and continued to observe the sunset. Your parents should give you a raise. Ha, I don't think it works like that, but it would be cool if they did. Walking down the boardwalk was peaceful. Conversation was easy with the occasional giggle. Other groups of people passed by. Couples, young friend groups, and families with children all bustled about. You caught slivers of conversations, ranging from the mundane to the philosophical. Derek glanced at the faces around him and grinned to himself. It kind of feels like we're parents and this is our kid. Oh, 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 oh. He's already... Damn, Derek. Oh. Man. My nose has gotten itchy. It kinda feels like we're parents and this is our kid. He twisted around to show you Nicholas with amusement. You're right! Oh yeah, our next trip should be to a wedding chapel. Oh! Victor, a mind reader. Oops, caps. Listening in on conversations. That's eavesdropping. Yeah, haha. I'm glad he's not actually my kid. Yeah. You blush, not sure how to respond. It'd be nice if that was true. Oh, oh, oh. Commit to the bit. Oh. Our next trip should be to a wedding chapel. Oh. What would Riot choose? I think he would choose this. I'm going to follow my gut and say that Riot would choose this. Our next trip should be to a wedding chapel. Ah, I bet that would be fun. Nicholas could be the ring bearer. Would he stay awake for it? Maybe, maybe not. You both laughed at the absurdity. As he led you down the boardwalk, you noticed a new skip in his step. He's happy. Aw, someone's happy. Hey, I have an idea. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. We've officially given up on getting our parents, and even Nico can do that. Oh, that'd be perfect. How high is it? Oh, do we have a fear of heights? Oh! Oh, wait. Oh! Wait! A raid! Hello! Hi, everyone! Rikisaurus! Welcome in, Yariko. Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi! Oh my god. Rico Raid! Nyariko! Hello! Hello, welcome in, Raiders! Sheesh, this stream is fire. Nariko fam raid deploy. Kagebunshi no jutsu. Daigo, I think this is your doing. How's the stream going? It's going well. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone. Raid on Twitch. Yeah, raid on Twitch. Hi, everyone. I'm Mori, interdimensional lost dog, and I'm currently playing a visual novel called Our Life Beginnings and Always. Teehee. Daigo. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a fun stream. Nyariko. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah. We're having a fun time over here, going on a little boardwalk date with our chosen suitor for the season. Is there crying and anxiety in this game? Because we came tuned in for that. Depends. There's some emotionally charged scenes in here, but it's all wholesome. Don't worry about that. But also, probably, I don't know. Hello, I am Riot, the voice in Mori's head. Yes, this is Riot. He can't speak, but he is a voice inside my head. Wholesome crying is accepted. Yippee! Alright, guys, I hope you guys had a really good stream over there. Make sure to rest up, drink some water, and get yourself some snacks or something. I'm glad to be hosting your viewers again, Rico. And we'll have a fun time, hopefully. As long as we can sit on the floor. Yeah, floor gang. Floor gang. Oh! Currently, right now, Derek, the character right in front of us, is inviting us to ride the Ferris wheel. We also have his little brother with us. He is napping, but he's inviting us to a Ferris wheel date. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Is there a shoutout command? Yeah. I think there is. You know how to shout out, right? The Twitch shoutout. Bon, my mod! Do you know how to shout out on Twitch? Oh no! Slash shoutout. I don't have a bot, unfortunately. Nyari. Twitch default works. Yeah! Everyone, go follow Nariko. Yes, this is Daigo's doing. He sent them here. There we go. Yeah. I'm also proud to announce no plates were broken. Nice, Riot. Mod, do your thing. Ad break incoming. Oh yeah. Oh. Who's Rico? Do we know him? I don't. It's Daigo knows them. I don't know them yet. Alright. Let's wait for the ad to end on Twitch and then we can continue on. Hey, welcome back from the ads. No, it's not It's not Nico Rico. It's not Hansel. Riot. It's Nyariko. Alright. That'd be perfect. Derek let out a whoop and turned around like it was a little happy dance. You laughed, charmed by his enthusiasm. You're gonna wake Nicholas if you keep that up. Even if I did, we'd drag him to the wheel anyways. That'd rock him back to sleep. You smirked. Wait, hold on. I Riot, didn't you mention you were afraid of heights? This is your save file. Are we going to pass on that fear of heights onto Victor Orange Slice? Thank you for the follow, Nyariko! Apparently my Twitch alarms aren't working. Oh, it's because it's not on. No. Oh. Alright, let's pass on the trauma. How high is it? I promise it'll be okay. Oh! Ooh, reassurance. The Ferris wheel isn't anything massive and it'd be running for a long time. And it's been running for a long time. Nothing bad ever happened. He pointed off in the distance to the aforementioned wheel, and it admittedly didn't seem like the largest one out there. Alright, I'll give it a try. But only if you're with me. Oh, Victor Smooth! Gonna be getting some food, I'll be lurking. Alright, Nyariko. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you get some good food. Just like an Asian parent, let's pass on the trauma. No! Not the generational trauma! Victor is smooth though, but only if you're with me. Oh, I'm not going on that Ferris wheel without you. I will be. You nodded in determination, ready to ride now. Derek let out a whoop and turned around like it was a little happy dance. You laughed, charmed by his enthusiasm. You're gonna wake Nicholas if you keep that up. Even if I did, we'd drag him to the wheel anyways. That'd rock him back to sleep. You smirked. Derek had an answer for everything. You both eagerly made your way through the crowd to get in line for the one ride that was an option for you. Derek cautiously weaved past people, making sure no one accidentally bumped into Nicholas on the way. Oh, hydrate, redeem. Thank you, Bon. Oh, I'm running out of water. Once we finish this moment, let's take maybe a 5-minute break. And then I'll go get some snacks and refill my water. The line was short and it didn't take long for you to start boarding the ride. Ooh, you background. You piled into the cabin and Derek placed Nicholas in the corner of the metal bench. He sat next to him. Nicholas snuffled when he was jostled but didn't wake. Oh, this guy's a heavy sleeper, Nicholas. Derek wrapped his arm around him to secure him from falling forward. Nicholas unconsciously leaned his head over to rest on him. You rested on the bench across him, eye to eye with Derek. It felt sturdy under you. Derek's grin widened and he tapped his toes together as he waited for the ride to start. And it did. The carriage car rocked forward. Slowly you ascended to the sky. Oh, we are ascending. You're not ascending to godhood, you're just dehydrated. You kept your gaze squarely on your friend in front of you, willing yourself not to give in to the treacherous urge to look down. The gentle rocking of the cabin refused to let you forget the precarious position you're in, but Derek's stare was as unwavering as yours. It was reassuring. The sun had continued to sink as the Ferris wheel rose, and the light that reached inside the cabin through the little window was low. Sharp-edged shadows cut across Derek's body. He'd stopped shuffling his feet and switched to tapping a finger against the top of his knee in a jittery, uneven beat. With Nicholas still sound asleep, it felt like you were alone with Derek. In this small space high in the air, no one else anywhere around you, made one more attempt to get Derek to be open. Wait, hold on. I can't read. In the small space high in the air, with no one else around, you made one more attempt to get Derek to be open with you. If he wouldn't do it now, then when would he be? When would he? Hey, I still want to talk about what's been happening. You began to list your points of concern, and the whole thing sounded even more unreasonable when said in a single sentence. You got the face paint Nicholas wanted, you picked out snacks for other people, you gave your own chance to have fun today so your parents could go on a bike ride. Why don't you do things for yourself? He shrunk under the accusation, like the walls were bending in on him.
Well...
It's not like I can't ever do things for me. I do sometimes. I went to the summer soiree instead of hanging out with my family. You weren't convinced, and spelled that out with the furrow of your brow and the tight line of your lip. Derek acted the scolded child and hung his head in shame. But he felt compelled to fill the uncomfortable silence your reaction had left. It's easier to do things for other people than to try and fight for something just for me. And that makes everything easier for other people too. You almost spoke out in his defense, to declare that he should stand up for what he needed, but you held it back. Derek was finally expressing himself, and you didn't want to interrupt. He rambled on, trying to sort out his thoughts, and to arrange the words in the way that made sense to both you and himself.
I don't know.
I like thinking about the people I love. I really, seriously do like doing stuff that makes them happy. I don't want to have to stop doing any of that. Derek tightened his hands into fists. His words were earnest, and he directed them straight towards you. With unwavering eye contact. I mean it, even though it's annoying sometimes. Annoying for me, and whoever tries to stick with me. However, as true as it was, his resoluteness fizzled out almost immediately. Derek timidly sunk down in his seat. He brushed his little brother's bangs away as he closed his eyes. It was a nervous, momentary distraction. Nicholas offered him some emotional support just being there. When Derek spoke again, it was in a tiny voice.
Maybe.
But maybe part of me is sort of hoping that instead of having to do more for myself and less for others, somebody would try to do things for me, too. Then it'd be even. Derek shifted shyly. His head was still low, but his gaze shifted to you. It's kind of like a dream or something I've got. And if I'm not doing that for anyone else, how am I gonna find someone who will do it for me? I can't ask for stuff that not even I'd want to give. Your eyebrows shot up, but the part of your body froze in place. Derek turned his face toward the window. It wasn't enough to cover the way his cheeks had reddened. My family cares about me, obviously, but a lot of the time that's the thing I need help with. With a laugh, Derek not again. Derek liberally tousled the hair. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Tousled the hair of the beloved pain in his side who lay there. The youngest brother remaining blissfully unaware of the trouble he's caused. You did it, it's fine. Thank you for the head pats. I can't read. The humor in his tone left Derek as quickly as it had appeared. He couldn't get away from how serious the topic was, or how much it truly meant to him. It'd be cool to have somebody who was on my side and who liked me because of me, not because they're family and are supposed to love me. For a single instant, his eyes met yours. But then he instantly focused on the world outside the scuffed. He instantly focused on the world outside the scuffed, clouded window of the old Ferris wheel. You could see a lopsided grin reflected on the glass. Mori tensai. I can't read stuff. I'm a tensai. Ayo. Don't tell my brothers I imagine some pretty dumb things. It's not dumb, that's normal and nice. I promise it'll stay just between us. You do have that. I'm here for whenever you need it. You have someone here to help you. I'm sure that dream will come true for you. Oh, what do we say, chat? Do we just say it's normal, that's fine? Or I'm here, I'll be that person that you're looking for? Do we go direct with that? I think we could, question mark. Sweep him off his feet and give him what he desires? Okay, Bon. I'll believe you. You're the second voice in my head. You do have that. I'll be here. Thanks. The foggy face you could make out in the window pane trembled. He wasn't ready to show it directly, but you were glad you still got a glimpse of it. He grasped the top of one knee and took a deep breath through his nose. When he exhaled, he carefully laid out a few more words for consideration. Hey Victor, is there somebody that you think... I can't do this. The music changed. Chat, the music changed! Without thinking, you leaned forward towards him. You were hanging on his words. Like the cabin you were seated in was suspended from the wheel. The music changed. It's a slow dance now. But he never placed that last part.
Forget it.
Never mind. Forget it. Oh, do we force him to out with it? You can tell me later. Wait, I wanna know what you were gonna say.
Long,
Bonsai. Bro. Right EXE has stopped working. What? No, you can't leave it there. You're killing me. You joked. You can ask me anything if you want to. Wait, I want to know what you were gonna say. It's alright, you can tell me later. What do we say? Wait, I want to know what you were gonna say. Sorry, but don't worry about that. No, he wasn't going to tell us regardless. You could have done... Derek, you could have done a Ferris wheel confession. Why didn't you? It was the perfect opportunity. He had to recover. Out with it, boy! It was just this idea I've been kicking around. But I should probably think about it a little more. A lot more, besides. Derek shrugged an arm and cocked his head down to the extra bit of company who was gently snoring. It's kinda awkward to talk about all this personal stuff with my baby brother right here, even if he is asleep. He chuckled good-naturedly. moving his hand to scratch behind his ear. Maybe I can try again later. The back of his foot knocked against the lower wall of the outcropping metal seat on repeat. It sounded like the end of that conversation. But that didn't mean nothing else was on his mind. Derek was always considering something. And most of the time it was other people. Things someone else might have missed or forgotten weren't taken for granted by him. Thanks for helping with the snacks before. That piece of appreciation was given easily. The next, though, was far meager.
And thanks for coming with me.
Chat, did you hear that? Riot, did you hear that? Soundbite, let's go, yeah. And thanks for coming with me. You're welcome. It was nothing. Thanks for letting me come with you. Anytime, Derek. Let me hear it? Again? Okay, sure. Hold on.
And thanks for coming with me.
Is it even audible? I don't even know. Hold on. Let me check if my audio mixer is like purposely ducking the music. I can hear it. Let's see. Volume mixer. It's at max volume. Did you hear it? Alright. Since they heard it. Let's move on. Anytime, Derek. Now this time, Derek shared his bright and bashful face directly with you. You could always count on him. It was a certainty. And Derek knew that sentiment was mutual. You would look out for him whether he did it for himself or not. Whether he asked you to or not. Whether he wanted you to or not. It was just as sure. Not much more was said before the ride came to its steady, inevitable end. You disembarked from the cabin with Nicholas securely in Derek's arms. He strolled from the exit to the nearest stall to ask the employee what time it was. 8 p.m. was quickly approaching. Cute couple. Reminder for the refill. I need to finish this moment. Okay, and then we go into the epilogue in the in-between, okay? Once I finish this, I will be refilling. We better go to the meetup place. Can you help me get Nico on my back again? How about I carry him now? No, let me take a turn with the kid. Oh. Instinctively, Derek pulled back. He clung tighter to his younger brother, keeping the weight of that burden squarely on him. He waited, calm and stable. Ultimately, the tension in his face and the hesitancy in his heart faded, and he accepted your offer graciously. That'd actually be great. Thanks, Victor. Hold fast, Neil, just a bit more. Derek shifted his grip up on Nicholas before he propped the small boy over your shoulders. You tucked your elbows around Nico's knees and hunched over so he wouldn't slip off. Nicholas draped heavily on your back like a fluffy car-patterned cape. He really wasn't that heavy, but you could easily imagine how carrying that extra load could get tiresome after a while. Derek definitely needed a break. Perfect. Together you wandered across the path. The people surrounding you were full of enthusiasm, bustling from ride to ride and store to store. But a quiet peace had settled between you and Derek. Your day at the boardwalk was already coming to an end. The sky had gone completely dark by the time you reached the meeting spot, but the world around you was still awash with light. Gotta make a rice now. No. The street lamps bore down on you while spotlights shot upwards to illuminate the biggest rides. You and Derek huddled to the side of the path. You wanted to stay out of the way for other visitors who were trickling off to the parking lot and the ones who were rushing the opposite way for a last-minute excursion on the boardwalk. You hoped the strangers enjoyed themselves, but for you and Derek, plus the sleeping Nicholas, there was nowhere to go. At least not until you caught sight of your currently missing family members.
I figured.
We beat them. I'm not surprised. You used the break as an opportunity to readjust Nicholas. He'd started to slide a bit during the trip over. Since there were only 2 awake members of your group, you both wordlessly kept your eyes peeled. Every figure approaching in the distance was scrutinized and then disregarded as just another stranger. The process repeated for a few minutes, but eventually 2 shadowed forms coming down the path stepped under the light. You immediately recognized them. George, Elizabeth! Derek jumped and waved his hand over his head. He was entirely free to draw attention to himself that way thanks to you taking over piggybacking Nicholas. Even on the other end of the boardwalk, you could tell Elizabeth was working. Oh! Hey yo! Elizabeth even got a face painting. Let's go! When Derek's brother and your sister rejoined you in front of the first stall, you were proven right. She definitely had a leering smirk. Very cute that you're taking a turn with the precious baby. Ah. Derek barked out a laugh. Elizabeth's smile wasn't the only notable thing on her face, and even Derek wasn't polite enough to let her get away with it. Maybe, but what's that on your forehead? The oldest kid hadn't returned exactly the same way you'd left her. She now had a bright white golf ball emblazed on her skin with non-toxic water-soluble paint. Oh, it's a golf ball? Damn. Forehead buddies. I like your new look. After a small huff, Elizabeth plainly laid out her case. George and I talked a little bit about sports we liked, and then I told him I did golf. He suggested I get face paint of that. I did, and it was fun. Her chin was high, and she spoke with defiance. Elizabeth absolutely refused to be embarrassed by her change of mind. George stood at your sister's side and proudly took credit for the accomplishment. She didn't want to do it before because she was just being an Eliza brat. Oh my god. George. Huh? An Eliza brat? Better than being a Borge. Okay. George and Elizabeth chuckled at the quips. Apparently, they had unique nicknames for one another now. It left Derek nearly speechless. They have nicknames now, huh?
Wow.
Wow. Clearly, you and Derek weren't the only ones who went through a bonding experience this evening. I'm glad you had fun. I feel like I'm being replaced. That's so cute, Elizabeth. It's sweet you're getting along. I feel like I'm being replaced. You are, sorry. No! The new little sibling. Haha, tell that to our moms. I think I could convince them to adopt George. Oh, GG. Tell that to George's parents. Lighthearted laughter drifted around the group. Whether you were divided up or all together, the Suarez and Orange Slice kids enjoyed each other's company. Your sister then exhaled calmly and followed it with a sage nod. I'll take Nicholas now. Oh. Whether Derek was going to agree or disagree with the offer, you didn't know. But Elizabeth didn't give him the chance. She wasn't suggesting what he thought she was. You got like 10 or 15 minutes left. The two of you should use it. What? You're going to leave him with you? You want us to leave him with you? Uh-huh. Derek took a hesitant step back and turned his face away. His expression tense, the same way it had been when he first realized Nico was gonna be asleep for the rest of the trip. Nicholas is gonna be mad if I'm not there. The resistance was a weak mumble, and his middle brother spoke with much more boldness. Nicholas isn't gonna know, and what he doesn't know won't kill him. George! Derek was at a loss on where that had come from. You hadn't expected it either. George was never the rule bender. You must have missed even more than you thought during his time with Elizabeth. Oh no. She has become an influence. Whoa. Damn, Nicholas must be really clingy. Well, given the past excursions with Nicholas, I think he is really clingy with his brother. Favorite person. Derek, let's go for it. Come on, Boric. Oh, live a little. Okay. You two are my heroes. We gotta go, Derek. Will there really be time for that before our parents get here? What do we choose, chat? I don't know. I don't know. I'll just choose I don't know. Run away with Derek, man. Elizabeth pressed a hand over the golf ball on her forehead. She groaned loud enough that she could have convinced someone passing by she had a massive migraine. But that was not the actual source of restraint.
Jeez!
You're both menaces of socially polite behavior, and you need to be stopped. Go have fun for Pete's sake. Yeah, hurry! You have to do stuff at the boardwalk while we're at the boardwalk. He shyly scuffed his sneaker on the ground with a doe-eyed expression. It was more expected from Nicholas. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to tell Derek what the plan was. He was used to coming up with all the ideas and taking charge. Derek glanced at you. It was impossible not to smile at him.
Alright.
Alright, I'll do it. Me too. Finally. There was a quick passing of the buck. As Elizabeth took Nicholas into her hands, she carefully positioned his head against her shoulder and cradled his legs under her forearms. Derek found the hold satisfactory and entrusted his youngest brother to her, the same way he had let her borrow the responsibility of watching out for George. No more time was wasted. You shot off down the boardwalk one more time. The flow of traffic had shifted even more. Oh, Ed coming up. But let's do this. When you'd started waiting for everyone except for you moving towards the exit, you pushed against the tide of the heart of the park. Oh, let's wait for the ad to start before we make this decision, okay, guys? Ad running. I don't know how to stop this. It's not really popping out the choice. Back from Rice. Hello. We're doing a last minute excursion with Derek because Elizabeth took on the responsibility of holding Nicholas. We're waiting for the ad to start. Ad starts in 20 minutes? What? Damn. Hand in hand, Mori? Okay, ad is starting. Seconds biggest. Oh. Have I been saying minutes? No. Why so serious? What do you mean, Neil? bad has ended? Question mark. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are sprinting hand in hand. The two of you had reached for the other in instinct. In the heat of the chase, neither wanting to be separated in the crowd and both yearning to be as close as possible. Your feet and heart were beating hard. Derek shouted over the sound in a breathless, thrilled voice. The lines are gonna be short this late, and I don't think we can do two. Which one do you want to do? Or we don't have to go on a ride at all. Do you guys want to hit the roller coaster? How about we get a treat? I want to do what you want to do. Oh, let's do what Derek wants. Actually, and not like... Yeah. Oh, could we do the roller coaster? Okay. We're still doing the roller coaster regardless. Definitely.
Okay.
Alright. The joy in his cheer betrayed how disappointed he must have really been to miss out on the roller coaster before. He had put on a brave face before and in the end had the chance to get his due reward. You would make certain that he got on that ride. You and Derek stepped straight to your goal. You couldn't help but tilt your head back every so often as the roller coaster loomed closer. As Derek had theorized, the line wasn't even half the length it was for the most of the day. It only took a few minutes before you were on the platform awaiting your ride, and even better, you got the very front seats on the coaster. You jumped into the cart along with Derek and pulled the safety bar down in front of you. He was bursting with anticipation, so the restraints were especially useful. Damn. Hey yo. A clicking sound like the winding of a clock chimed out, and the ride began its gradual climb upward. It reached the summit, and after an appropriately stomach-tightening pause, it rolled over the edge. The cool summer air rushed over your face and whipped your hair as you descended at breakneck speed. Derek threw his arms into the air as he squealed in delight. Woo! You were jostled in your seat, vibrating with the motion of the coaster. Derek and you took turns knocking into the other around every bend. You both laughed every time. When you came to a jarring stop back at the station, you lifted off the restraint together and made your exit down to the other side of the ride. Derek ruffled his hand through his hair to straighten out his characteristic spikes. He was absolutely beaming on the way out. Derek stared at the sparkling stars beyond the glitz and the clamor of the boardwalk. There was a peace between you that hadn't been there at any other moment during your trip.
Phew.
Hey. His eyes had stolen the shine from the cosmos when he placed his gaze back on you. It was way too awkward to talk about this before with my little brother right there. But I just want to say I really like hanging out with you, Victor. Oh. I love my brothers and parents a ton, and my other friends are great too. But when I have to pick someone to team up with, I think about you. Aww. 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 He shrugged his shoulders with a shy grin. Derek was someone you could count on for honesty, but sometimes it still surprised you what he was capable of. I'd partner with you anytime. I can get why you didn't admit that earlier. I think of you too. Oh, I'd partner with you anytime. Oh, cool. There was no haste or worry of separation, but Derek's hand still found its way around yours. You threaded your fingers together with his. Ooh, ooh. The soft touch squeezed at your heart even more than your hand. Getting the chance to spend time with truly just the two of you was more than you could have hoped for. You owed Elizabeth one. Despite taking an entire extra jaunt around the boardwalk, you still arrived at the entrance before your parents. However, there'd been a shift in the group. Nicholas was awake. And soon as Derek noticed the small third figure standing by Elizabeth and George, he started like he was hit by a bolt. You felt him squeeze his fingers around your hand in his stunned state. He made a break for his siblings, bringing you along with him. The motion was not exactly subtle, and it caught the attention of the boy in question. He let out a shout when he saw your rapid approach. Well, technically, it wasn't your arrival that had an impact. Nicholas sprinted away from the meeting spot, not willing to wait a single second for the reunion. He crashed into Derek, wrapping his arms around his brother's thighs and sticking his head in the place between Derek's legs. Oh! It was powerful enough to knock Derek off balance. He had to release your hand so he could swing his arms out to the side to stop his wobbling. Once he was sure he wasn't going to topple over, Derek bent down and scooped his hanger on. Seeing Derek carrying Nicholas felt extremely familiar by this point, considering that had been the case for the entire afternoon. Derek's back! But Derek wasn't sick of it yet. He could handle it for a little longer. Derek nudged his head towards the other two members of your party, encouraging you to come. Together, you and Derek walked the rest of the way to the boardwalk entrance while Nicholas clung onto Derek the whole way. George waved you over.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Derek Gaming. Hey. The moment you were in whispering distance, you were greeted by a hushed message from your own big sibling. Good work? He put a finger on her cheek and smirked suggestively. It confused you for a second before you realized she had seen you holding hands even from a distance. Oh no! Oh no, she's gonna tease us. Derek slowly kneeled to let Nicholas get down. The little boy stood on his own 2 feet, but his 2 hands didn't detach. They only grasped the hem of Derek's jersey instead. While brushing his brother's messy hair, Derek glanced up to Nico's temporary babysitter. He stared at them questioningly. What happened? Was the obvious question. I was holding in a sneeze. Okay. He'd only been up for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And he was really grumpy at first because you weren't there. But we got him talking about the dream adventure he had when he was sleeping to keep him busy, and that worked. Taskaru. Oh! It was really funny, and Nico had a good time too. George beamed with pride at the success, and you noticed how much closer he stood to Elizabeth. Your sister accepted his company just as willingly, welcomingly. They were their own partners in crime for the day.
Right.
I'm basically positive that after about 5 seconds he stopped telling us his actual dreams. It was making it all up, but it was cute. Derek blinked at the two as if he'd witnessed a miracle. It kind of was, in a small way. He was able to pass the mantle of responsibility and everything turned out fine. See, Derek? You don't have to do everything by yourself. However, Elizabeth and George wouldn't be replacing Derek anytime soon. Or likely ever. Nicholas may have behaved for a bit, but now that his biggest brother was here, the young lad wanted to be taken care of. His gaze dropped to the ground as he pulled at the end of Derek's shirt. Derek, my tummy hurts. I want an ice cream. No ice cream, Nico. That's not gonna help your stomach. But you can have some of my snacks. I saved you part of it. Derek's tone really sold the idea. It was full of appeal from the fact that it was his snacks. He could hype up a product better than any of the employees running games on the boardwalk. Nicholas brightened immediately. He clasped his own collar and leaned his head all the way back to look up at his brother's face, from where he stood against Derek's leg. He wasn't kept waiting long. Derek pulled the baggie out of his pocket and sifted through the mix of walnuts and cereal to pick out the treat especially chosen for Nico. Once he collected a small handful, he passed it over to Nicholas, carefully dropping the round cereal puffs one by one. In Nicholas's tiny palm, the amount was almost overflowing. Nicholas gratefully received the offering and ate it directly out of his hand. It reminded you of feeding oats to a pony. Except in this case, Nicholas was both the feeder and the fed. Derek nodded in satisfaction and rolled the bag over his palm. George, these are for you. He gathered the last wayward pieces of cereal and then offered the well-worn bag of nothing but walnuts to the middle child. It's been a really long day and there's still the ride back. You should eat something. George didn't argue with that. He gladly accepted his brother's thoughtful gesture.
Thank you.
Thanks. George plucked out just one from the pack, the hardiest looking nut in the bunch, and took a bite out of it. His gaze shifted towards Elizabeth, or Elizabeth as George knew her, as he swallowed his snack. Then he asked a question. Do you want any?
Thanks.
You know what? I would. Thanks. Elizabeth was the third person who took a turn opening up a hand to receive a snack. George shook a few of the nuts into her waiting palm. Derek, and you, Victor. You and Victor can have some too. Nicholas's fingers remained pushed against his mouth, but his distinct chomping stopped. He spoke muffled words filtered through a handful of half-crushed cereal.
Okay.
I can share too. He stuck his sticky palm up towards Derek's face instead of his own. Oh, I am... This is still a lot of words. I thought we would be finishing up sometime soon. My god! How long is this? The gesture had crumbs cascading down his shirt. Regrets have been made, yeah. Nico couldn't reach high enough to get it all the way to his brother's mouth. Derek shook with giggles and poked Nicholas's wrist to nudge the pile of soggy cereal away. He had to take a second to breathe before he could explain himself. I've got some of the cereal right here. That'll be from you. Thanks, Nicholas. I'm gonna eat it. That logic seemed sound to Nicholas. Bro, they yappin'. Or maybe just seeing his brother smile made Nicholas smile too. Either way, he accepted that not taking more of the cereal counted as him sharing it. But he wasn't done. Nicholas turned around on a dime, arms still outstretched, and positioned his hand towards you. Amazingly, he wanted to share with someone other than Derek. You kiddos are all way too nice. You cooed at his sweetness. You smiled with forced politeness. You had no idea how to react. You matched Derek and laughed. Let's just laugh. Man, it's cereal with saliva on it. You know he was trying to be nice, but it was just hilarious. Before Nicholas could start flinging bits of cereal at you in his eagerness to share, a warm voice boomed above the din of the busy boardwalk. Good evening, friends and family. Ah, finally! The parents! We can finally go home! There's so much yapping involved in this game. It was Mr. Suarez, and not only him, you spotted all the parents weaving their way through the crowds. I'm not going to read that. Can we go home now? Finally! We're here. The sight of his mom and dad made Nicholas forget all about feeding you his pre-chewed snack. He smashed the remaining cereal into his mouth so he could use both his hands to wave at his parents. Mr. Suarez. Dad! Mom! Derek called back with equal excitement. The parents picked up the pace and came to gather around their children. Greetings were shared between adults and kids. Immediately, Ma noted the face paint that was now adorning your group.
Wonderful.
You all look wonderful, so creative. Nicholas forced himself to swallow the mouthful. It was the moment he'd been waiting for. He sucked in a big breath, pointed at his cheek, and screeched. Ah! That's a spider! There's a spider! My goodness, it's terrifying.
Be careful.
Don't make any quick movements, kiddo. It might bite you.
Yes.
Yes, wait there. I'll help you, son. Mr. Suarez gave Nico's chubby cheeks a pinch to get rid of the dangerous arachnid. He retracted his hand in shock when he realized it was in fact only paint. Nicholas snickered gleefully at the hubbub among the grown-ups. Mission accomplished. Mrs. Suarez then clasped her hands together and changed the topic. It worked! Oh, he got scared! Well, everyone, I'm sorry you beat us here. Hopefully you weren't waiting too long.
This is gonna be great.
It was fine.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you waiting here for us. We went on a very lovely bike ride across the boardwalk.
Really?
Really? You were out pedaling around on bikes? Uh-huh. Elizabeth and George's faces of genuine surprise at the news helped to distract from the awkward, knowing glances you shared with Derek. Returning them was a real hassle. That's why we got here late. Definitely worth it though. It was, and did you children have a good day? Nicholas threw his hands into the air to answer with full force. You were asleep most of the day, Nicholas. Yeah! He had fun in his dreams. Derek softly patted his littlest brother's head. His voice was much quieter, distinctly relieved. Yeah. You, George, and Elizabeth nodded and offered your own points of agreement. It might have not gone as you'd imagined, but none of you would consider it a waste of time. It was an experience worth having.
That's great.
I'm sure you had the most of what you had, but we better get going. It's very late. Perhaps we should pick dinner up on the way? Ooh, pizza! Pizza! It's been hours since we left, and Nicholas can always sleep in the car when we won't be home. Since we won't be home before bedtime either way. All the kids except for Nicholas had their face go completely flat, and Elizabeth snorted. Mrs. Suarez didn't miss that I can't read! I can't read anymore! I need that break! Didn't miss that instant reaction. She raised a brow. Derek straightened the bands of his wristband and broke the news to his mom. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes. Hold fast, Mori. Yes, I will get that break soon. I just need to hold on. Gun buddy. Ooh, gun buddy. Blah blah blah. Sorry, Mom. I don't think that's gonna happen. Nico remained oblivious to the discussion going on about him. He was leaping and bounding from board to board, completely refreshed. His mom frowned. It was obvious to her what had occurred. Mr. Suarez was unflustered. He shared some dignified optimism. Well then, he'll be up to keep us company.
True.
True, we'll all be together. Those words reached the small ears of the youngest person there. Nicholas held on to Derek's abdomen, liking the sound of that promise. His older brother looked down at him warmly.
Good job, team.
Glad to have you back, Nico. And George, you're such a reliable bro. He wrapped one arm around Nicholas and reached over to pull his other brother into a hug. George welcomed and reciprocated the embrace. The Suarez trio snuggled together in a tight squeeze. Their flaking face paint rubbed off on each other. Her gaze wandered from the public display of affection and went to your older sister. Elizabeth was definitely not a hugger, but you whispered your own siblingly appreciation for her. Thanks for the help before. She gave a smug flip of her hair. Ah, forget it. I owed you one after your grand stunt for me on Daddy Day. Ah, Elizabeth.
Let's go.
Let's go. That was all that needed to be said. Your completed party took their final steps on the boardwalk, heading straight towards the parking lot. Mrs. Suarez was leading the pack. Mom! Hey, Mom! Nicholas shouted and waved to get his mother's attention from behind while still using one hand to grip Derek. Guess what? Lisbeth! Lisbeth carried me. Lisbeth, okay. Good afternoon, lads. Hope you guys had fun and a nice day. Hey, BP. I'm holding on. She did? That's so considerate. Lisbeth.
Oh.
Lisbeth. Your moms were walking arm in arm, sharing a hushed commentary with each other, a distance from the group and titting over what they heard. I carried you too when you were sleeping. You're so sweet, Lisbeth. I am. I feel that who cared Nicholas the most today should get the biggest say in what we have for dinner.
My thoughts exactly.
I'd second that. Sounds fair to me. Then we all agree. I guess this means Derek will be our dinner decider for the night.
Maybe.
Probably. Derek scratched at the spider on his cheek and chuckled airily. He shrugged without comment and simply continued to walk. His little brothers stayed on Derek's sides, and they bumped along it together. You strolled with Elizabeth while the parents surrounded the set of siblings in front and from behind. Derek's hands were full with Nicholas and George, and he stuck a fond glance over to you. None of his excitement had faded. The night was still young and bright, and you knew you could count on every person there. Despite being miles away from Sunset Bird, you felt right at home. Finally! Finally! Let's go! The selflessness paid off, Derek. Yeah! Finally! Alright, time for that break. Do we keep on going? I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Break time. Let's finish the epilogue of this stream, please. I want to do that on this stream. Time to get those snacks and refill my water. See you guys. Be right back. Hello. I'm having my snack. How are you guys doing? Got back with my water too. Nice. Bonus fact for y'all. Was I out for too long? I don't know. I didn't keep track. Bonus fact, Doko. We're waiting, Riot. Not really? Right. Alright. Let's see. I never actually got to do most of these. This is Cove's part. Should I like skip through these and then we can end summer? These are not important. What's important is Derek. What's important is the Derek DLC. But I would like to have like callbacks for these as well. We can skip them. What do you guys think? Well, even if we go through these, I'll just be skipping the dialogue a lot until we can just finish the summer. Apparently, tomato has natural MSG. So if you add salt to it, it's apparently gonna have the same effect. Yeah! There is a natural MSG thing to tomatoes. That's why it's so umami, tomato dishes. What do you guys think? Do we speed run through these or do we just end summer now? So tomatoes are half MSG. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't go about making a tomato dish without salting it, would you? What do Riot think? What do you think, Riot? We'll just be speeding past these anyway. But do you want to like skip out of it? Hello, Kaito! Wrong platform. You fell into the YouTube. Okay, hello. You needed the emotes. What goes through the mind of a Riot? Yes, that's a question everyone is asking. Kaito from Twitch? Yeah, Kaito from Twitch. Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. Oh my god! I wish I were a bird. I'm wondering what's going on in my mind too. Alright, let's just end the summer. Oh my god! America ya! Hello! 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 Next up. Alright, this is the step 2 epilogue. Wait, stroke. Hold on. I just got home. Damn. How's stream going? It's good, I think. But also, take care, Kaito. I just finished having a little break for my voice, so I can keep on going and finish the epilogue. This is gonna be a little bit more reading today. I've been going for 3 hours. Can you guys help? I've been going for 3 hours. Please. Please. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. It was a bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, there was a sense of loss. How much longer can you go for? Maybe half an hour? I don't know. 3 hours is normal for us. Yeah. The most I could ever do is 3 hours. I don't know how people can do like 8-hour streams, yo. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different, and you had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm. But school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. Okay, I'm alive. How's stream going? I'm barely surviving, Kaito. I've been doing this for 3 hours. I've been reading through this for 3 hours. And the voice in my head can't even talk. Riot can't even talk in my head. The voice in my head. Mori, a trooper. I just took a break. I'm back from the break. Thank you for the head pets, Bonsai. Disappointed in Riot. He can't even have his voice on stream. What's the purpose of having a voice in my head if it doesn't even have a voice? It's time to do the 5-hour fanfic reading stream. No, not again. Please. This is my fanfic. It's so customizable that it might as well be a fanfic.
This voice will have to do.
No voice DLC, just bot. How will I think without the voice in my head? Riot is a mime in Mori's head right now. No voice DLC. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal? What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacation as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It's hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted. One arm out of a sleeve, you pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. The season had brought about plenty of changes on its own, like Kairi's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You were happy you finally got a chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off. But you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kara's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people. But once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her. It was a relief for everyone. Alright, since I started the DLC right smack dab in the middle of it, You guys were here for the prologue of Step 2. But ultimately, it's just teenage things. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. Yeah, oh, this is, Cove is the main love interest of this game, and Derek and Baxter are just like bonus content. Bonus content that I paid for. Well, Derek's DLC was graciously gifted to me by Mr. Riot himself. Xavier DLC when? Oh, that would be interesting.
Hello there.
Yes, this the Derek DLC was graciously gifted to me by Riot himself. So I am playing it alongside him so he could live it vicariously through me. Taskaru Riot. You strolled down the stairs. Someone else might have been able to answer, but he was your guest. Okay, let's speed through these because it's mainly just Cove stuff and we're here for the Derek stuff. No delay to opening the door. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Hi, Cove. He smiled as he caught sight of you.
Hey.
Hi. Come on in. Once he stepped inside,
There
you
wouldn't
beckoned.
be these Derek DLC streams if I didn't get it for you.
There wouldn't be these Derek DLC streams if I didn't get it for you. Most likely. Probably. Or I would have just gotten it on sale. I don't know. Back up to your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in. You and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was familiar to him as his own. Our best friend! Step aside, Cove. No. He sat down at your desk, his preferred spot.
Oh shit, it's our first husband.
Yeah, but we're friend zoning him for now. We're not going to be romancing him in this run. Victor Orange Slice is not interested in Mr. Cove Holden. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hand held in his lap. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff. Before she goes, she didn't want me to keep hanging around while she was doing that. Thank you for the head pats, A4! He lifted his head and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back into the chair, a wry smile. Yeah. He shook his head, shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements. This was a really nice summer. Totally. Cove still nestled closely in your chair, smiling at your response. Victor, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on your face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom's ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. This is so weird. This is the first time I've ever read it as Miss Priest. Usually, I go through some of the moments and then Kyra would establish that she should be called Kyra. But we didn't do that. We didn't do that, so we're just gonna be calling her Miss Priest, and it's so weird to me. I've been calling her Kyra all my time, all my life. But now we're not close now. Your eyes met Cove's wordlessly. You head downstairs together. Each step of the way was painfully slow. He's trying to delay the inevitable.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Let's pat his back. Don't worry, man. You'll visit her and she'll be visiting eventually. Don't worry. You weren't sure if you noticed it at first. It'll be okay. You gave his back a few more reassuring pats. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. His parents were in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing, I just called a taxi. Hi Victor, so glad to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. Oh, Cove. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile and then she enveloped Cove into a crushing hug. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Oh no. It's time to confront the dad about the surprise trip.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Cope sighed and his gaze flickered to you for a moment, and then, just as quick, it was back to his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to help, when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
Alright.
You can always call me if you want to be part of that conversation. I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulder slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. With Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
Time for her to go. That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra. As you filed out of the house, father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
what's up?
Hey Victor, hi Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but the reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body released, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. My AirPods are dying. Rest in peace. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In the short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the truck. Kara took one last look at everything inside. Alright. I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kara still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if we got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. Would you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course. I want to hear all about it. Kara put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, and only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom!
Cove.
I love you so much. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap of the tip to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving. For a moment, Cove looked at his dad and then wrapped an arm around his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to. Let's just wave goodbye. The taxi headed down the road. You stuck your hand in the air to send her off. And she disappeared from view. Goodbye is always very tearful. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. This was a great vacation, huh? There's school tomorrow! I don't want it to end! Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Summer, no! Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Oh? What am I hearing? Oh? Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly. Everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Ooh. Oh, lunch. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. Special lunch, special lunch. Technically, it's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Maz laughed a little over her own joke. He watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. It was getting a little awkward. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it down. Ma tried to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in an hour. We can make enough for everyone.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, but I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason for you to be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over to the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, it's going to be a lot of food. Did you hear that? Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones inviting you. Cliff waved it off. I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. It would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef.
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'd be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed to be more hyped than you'd expect it to be. About helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It's just you teenagers now. Oh, a band of teenagers. No, that's the worst thing that ever happened in this town. No, teenagers. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while. And I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. Four of you looked around the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody or do you gotta show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the street.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? Oh no, there's a gang. We need to pay them protection money. No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. Probably like a performance permit or something? Probably. I don't know the logistics of public performances. It's different if someone wants a real score, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their own little shows. Whenever they want to do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began to almost vibrate with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What could we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know?
But
He doesn't have a plan. There's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I think we can, if we think about it, we could plan a show that really get a crowd pumped. Do we think that's a great idea? Mocking around is also a plan, to be honest. You gave a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances, while he glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball on my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here.
why?
Why not? Cove gestured to everything, the stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made the shopping street. Would you want to lose a ball here? Chase a lost ball here? What if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought some more. Then he watched another performer. A woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One of the dogs is me. I am helping this woman with doing tricks. One was fluffy and cream colored while the other was a cool gray. See? Fluffy and cream colored. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Oh no, not crab racing! Mori dog no jutsu. Mori dog no jutsu. Mori dog no jutsu. Whoosh. Alright, I'm returning now. Not crab racing. Crab? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. Oh, do we back up, Derek? No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him, then tried to see what caught his attention. Then you saw a familiar face down the way. It all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. Let's just look away. You don't even want to start with Jeremy shenanigans today. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept up over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed at himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not gonna start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? Huh? She still didn't get it. The first day of summer hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek. But he smiled and waved it off. Back Derek off. Back Derek up. No, we chose Australia. I recently learned, well, not recently, maybe like back then or a little bit, that Jeremy and our childhood friend, or well, Elizabeth's childhood friend, Shiloh, was part of another GB Patch game called XOXO Droplets. It's also a free game. I want to try it out, but I read the premise and it said most of the romanceable characters there were assholes, and they didn't really change. Like you were romancing them for being who they are. Assholes. Like the description for Shiloh was untrustworthy and a suck up. And then for Jeremy, his descriptions were like short-tempered or something. Menhera VN, I swear to God. Well, the main character is also kind of an asshole. You didn't really get to pick her personality. The whole premise was like, she transferred to a new junior high school, and the condition that her parents had for her to stay in the high school was that she shouldn't make everyone in the school hate her. So you play as this asshole protagonist trying to chase attractive asshole romanceables, which is like really funny in my opinion. But coming from playing Our Life, I think that's a little too jarring for me. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That was probably the last time you would ever see him. Jeremy's probably gonna be gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from. Yeah, guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road, clattered forward, and then rolled under a stump. But I still think it's kinda sad Jeremy turned out to be like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head, clearly not broken up about losing over what might have been. Forget about who? Who? You don't even remember. We were talking about Jeremy. Have a nice life, Jeremy. Maybe he'll become nicer in the future. No, not really. Good riddance. He's still an asshole once you meet him growing up. Well, maybe a really tired asshole. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy. What would have happened if you had interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad you wouldn't find out. You can find out though. And XOXO Droplets, the other visual novel developed by GB Patch Games. Thought it was weird. Did the music stop? Oh, no. I just couldn't hear it. You mentioned Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. Banish Jeremy, send him to the Shadow Realm. But what if we could romance him? What if we could romance him, but we don't really fix him? We're just We're just two assholes in a relationship. Lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced at the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to. I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go. Let's go then. Do we ask Cove to piggyback us? First husband. Do we ask first husband to piggyback us? Sure. Hey Cove. Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Cove's smile said he was amused, but the tilt of his eyebrow was full of disbelief. You didn't want to walk back. My legs are tired. I don't want to walk back. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It'll be fun. Alright. Oh yeah, thanks. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand up all the way. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home contentedly. Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. Derek opened the front door and made everyone held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hey.
Hope you're hungry. Cove had brought you inside. The parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms weren't sure. Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Victor? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong.
Good kid.
And reliable too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary while started walking to your couch. He bent down and let yourself plop back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. He exhaled loudly and shook out his arm. He just seemed relieved that he made it. Did everyone have a nice time out? Oh, they're readying the table. Plates and silverware being placed out. Who gets left behind? No! You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across you. Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat to your right. Yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. It was nice. The bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Mr. Holden sat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. He pointed at Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention, and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house, either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long-suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. He was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. Hello, Zeto. We're still going. We're trudging through the epilogue right now. Welcome in.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true though. You've been a very lovely guest. You've been at it for 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to end the summer. Please let me end the summer, and then we can start up, and then maybe probably start Baxter's summer as well. Yes. Next stream we might start Baxter's DLC. I fell asleep and we still home, or did we go somewhere? We're still home. We went somewhere and then went back home. Did we just speedrun? Maybe? Question mark? You guys have all we've already gone through this from my last playthrough of the base game. Let's get through to the point with Derek's confrontation in the epilogue. I think that would be good. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? You guys okay with that? Summer will never end. No! No! And then my stream will never end then. No! What does Riot think? Riot, are you here? Speak if you can hear us. Move the glass. Touch something. Scratch my arm. I don't know. Give us a sign.
Hi.
How many pickles can you shove? 1, 10, 109. He still does clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. I've noticed. I know all too well. 911? Riot! 911 cucumbers? We'll be skipping through some of the epilogue and then reach up to Derek's part of the epilogue. Are we good with that? Yeah, that's good. Alright. I'll be flicking through the lines fairly deliberately, so if in case you guys want to read the story, you guys can just pause
Time
it.
to speed run.
Alright.
There.
Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Manners. You complimented Derek on his politeness. Let's compliment him. It's cool how you do all those manner things. Oh, thank you. You seem more embarrassed by getting a compliment from a kid his age. Alright. Time to go home! The time passed by quickly. Cove drifted over to you. He would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
And Elizabeth going off to call her friends on the phone and hug it for the rest of the night. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Bye, Victor. Do we give Cove a hug? Goodbye? Yes, let's hug Cove. First husband. Cove, hug you back.
Dude.
We all have to hang out later, and I'm gonna miss you during school. They high-fived.
Hug the kid H has been through some shit.
Hug the kid, he's been through some shit. Cove? I mean, yeah. Just you and Derek left. He elected to wait outside for his dad to pick him up. But you decided to keep your guest company. Although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while, so you wanna go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. Oh, rubbing my hands together. This is the Derek, the Derek portion. Yippee! The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination plan. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow, you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek time! Yippee! Derek smiled when he realized you were watching.
I smell confession.
Here, sniff, sniff. Sniff. Confession time? Confession time? Question mark?
Sniff, sniff.
At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that felt happy in the expression. He turned away. The smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework, and clubs, and practices, and everything else.
this sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up, and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled up some optimism into the conversation. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple, with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. A jet stream shoots across the sky. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Victor. I really wanted to talk to you about something. If you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thoughts.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering. Do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if it was weird to ask. Oh, how do we answer, boys? I could be with a guy. I don't want to be with a guy. Maybe? I don't know. You didn't answer him. I kinda don't want to talk about that. I could be with a guy. Maybe. Yeah, we're going for the Derek romancing route. So yeah, I could be with a guy. Okay, then he hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. Oh!
I knew it. I knew it.
Do we tell him? I like you. Well, I like Cove. Mr. Holden. I can't believe this is an option. Honestly, of all the times that people ask you if you like someone, you could answer Mr. Holden, and it's so funny to me. Nurhanani, hello, welcome in. Sorry I wasn't in the last stream. It's all fine. Thank you for dropping by. Hello. Erdina. Mori, the first one? Alright. I like you. Derek's eyes widened. For a moment, he wondered if his heart had stopped because he stood there, completely frozen. Then, quietly, almost breathlessly, he asked the question.
Really?
Really? Maybe you don't really get what I'm asking about. He mumbled to himself for a while. So... Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous. Ryan went for the direct route.
Alright.
You're just in time to hear this deal we were gonna be having with Derek. Yes. You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You've gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. A pact, A pact. Together, like they get married and stuff. So, I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if
one of those things.
Might be cool if we did something like that. It's a childhood pact of marriage. His eyes widened and he started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, when we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future. Forever from now. Forever from now is 10 years? Okay. Alright. We'd have graduated high school, probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places, and maybe our own pets. And student loans and cars. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was all as if the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out. Now, all at once. So yeah, what do you think?
10 years can go by in a flash.
Yeah.
I know.
But in the next 5 years, we're gonna meet someone else. Would you want to have that option as well, Riot? Okay, what do we answer him, chat? Backup plan? Why can't we be each other's first choice? Okay. I do know what you're talking about. I like you.
Yes, that one.
I'll think about it. I don't think it will work. I'm sorry, Derek. Do you like me? Or do we ask him? Do you like me? Do we go for first?
The second one.
He wants him to be your fallback option? Kinda. The second one, the do you like me? Oh wait, why can't we be each other's first choice? Okay.
Wait, no, third one.
Third one, I do know what you're talking about. I like you. I support third. The third option. This one? Yeah, third. Okay. I like you. Why won't you listen to me? Why won't you listen to me? He had to pause, desperate to find a way to explain himself.
The council has spoken.
The council has spoken. It's a big decision. You don't have to think about that kind of thing right now. It's better to worry about all that later, when we're grown up. That's why it's a good idea to have a plan. You know, I like you a lot too, and honestly, we would work out the best for that. So? It's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. It's a deal. I'll think about it. I don't think that will work. I'm sorry, Derek.
Is a deal.
It's a deal.
Really?
Really? Awesome. Derek brightened significantly and started to bounce excitedly on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Okay then, let's do it. Whoa! CG! Whoa, he looks super cool in this. Oh! Whoa! Let's take ibuprofen together. Let's take ibuprofen together. Those piercing eyes. Damn. Let's take ibuprofen together. He held out his hand, offering a shake. Officially, he repeated the terms of the deal. If in 10 years, I, Derek Suarez, am still single, and if in 10 years, you, Victor Orange Slice, are still single, we both agree that the two of us will get together. Huh? Huh? What are these options? Hey, yo! 10 plus charisma. 500 aura points. Oh! Huh? Right. Your call, Riot. Okay. Oh, damn. Calm down. Calm down. We're 13 years old. Calm down, Riot. Alright, you kiss him on the lips. You passed right by his outstretched arms and placed a slight kiss against his smiling mouth. When you parted, Derek gasped and slapped the hand against his chest. Oh. That works too. I'm calm. Yee! That works too. He's been dumbstruck.
It's a deal.
Alright, thanks. I feel better about the future already. He laughed and scratched the back of his head. You could tell he was giddy about this, and you felt happy too. Glad to hear it, fiancé, sort of. Oh! Life's gonna be smooth sailing now. I respect your commitment to preparation. Riot, are you okay? It's a deal. Smooth sailing. Okay. Life's gonna be smooth sailing now. Well, hopefully. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, and you both made your way back to your street. Derek's step forward seemed lighter than before. Derek found all kinds of fun things to talk about as you walked side by side to your street. Then you plopped down to the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you about the all-new action movie coming out in a few months. Then you watched his brow pinch as he described the new ball tricks he'd been working on perfecting. It was easy enough to laugh along to his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brother. Still, there was a part of you that hadn't moved from the conversation in the park. Your face went hot, replaying Derek's proposal for the future in your mind. My face is red, hold up. Yeah, you and Victor.
Oh my god, it's 6 p.m.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. We're gonna finish this, don't worry. It's almost the end. Hang in there. You'd said yes. Did that mean you were kind of engaged? Engaged with caveats, maybe. Focusing on the pebble you were rolling under your foot, you felt a strange thrill twisting in your chest. You peeked at him, and Derek was still busily telling you about the time Nicholas dropped his treat baggie in the car and most of the cookies fell under the seat in the loose hair and dirt. Wrinkling your nose, you laughed. No matter what happened in 10 years, you hoped you and Derek still got to hang out, even if you were just sitting on the curb together. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all, when a couple short honks rang out in the neighborhood. Snickering, Derek scratched the back of his neck. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming around the corner. Mrs. Suarez cheerily waved her arm out the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, and Mom too. Guess we know what that means. Derek rose from his seat and brushed some dirt off his pants. You followed his lead to the car as the car rolled to a stop in front of your house. The van's side door slowly and laboriously opened. On the inside was George with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged the heavy door open the rest of the way so Derek had a way in.
Hi.
Hi! Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here! Looking past George, you found Nicholas bouncing against his straps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Hey boys, nice seeing you. Holding on to the sides of the open door, Derek leaned into the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids' giggles over everything else. Faintly, you could hear that a conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. Before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly, and then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I've gotta go. Well, you know that, but bye. It's really cool hanging out today, and this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away this time. His voice grew quieter, and he scuffed his foot on the pavement.
We had a good summer break, huh?
We had a good summer break, huh? But it had to end sometime. Final parts, home stretch. It was the best summer too. I wouldn't have wanted to spend it without you. Derek's gaze had been wandering, but now it was fixed solely on you in awe. His whole demeanor brightened. Really? Uh-huh. You always make things better. I can't imagine a summer break without you. Me neither. Aww. Aww. Let's hug him goodbye. You wrapping your arms securely around Derek and hooked your chin on his shoulder. You squeezed your eyes shut as though it would make your embrace even more powerful. He hugged back just as tight. Before he let go completely, he whispered one last promise.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I'll be back again sometime. But the time had finally come and Derek hopped up into the cabin of the van. George and Nicholas waved to you from their seats. The adults shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You laughed at their muffled voices. And Mrs. Suarez leaned out her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us. Mr. Suarez and I wanted to say goodbye, Victor. Yes, goodbye. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to give his farewells. Oh! Ariel! Hello! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the resub. Hello, Ariel! Hi! It's 6 p.m. I can't believe I'm streaming up until this late. We're just finishing up on the epilogue for step 2. Lamau. Mori! Hello, Ariel! It's been a while, yeah! Ariel, how have you been? Hopefully you're done driving. Thanks for the fun summer. He turned to George and Nicholas, because it really wouldn't have been the same without them. Of the two, George seemed to be the one listening, and you watched his stunned look melt into a warm one. Aw.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the fun summer. I just got back home. Nice! After the Derek DLC, I'm thinking of playing Baxter's DLC again. Since we're going through step 3 anyway, why not go through the entire thing again? And then we just pick which epilogue to go for first. And then we can save and then try the other epilogues. Nicholas excitedly kicked his feet as he spoke. He copied you. Oh, that was actually... That's really flattering. Actually. That means he likes us. Yippee! You were full of pride over his seal of approval. Yippee! Grinning ear to ear, you gave the little boy a thumbs up. Ugh, Baxter. I don't know, man. The way you treat Baxter on while I'm streaming and on in the Discord server is wholly different. Take care, Victor. Then Derek closed the door for George this time.
Might leave a bit early, shit. Mum wants to eat outside.
It's fine. Thank you for keeping me company, Riot. Huh? You got the wrong person, maybe. Oh, probably. Yeah, I think you're right. It was probably a different person. It's probably a different person named Ariel.
I got 5
Yeah.
minutes DW.
Alright. Enjoy your dinner when you get there, Riot. Then Derek closed the door for George this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved further down the street before flipping around to drive up the hill and up the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Juarez family drive away. You were relieved you got a chance to see the whole family again. But they were gone, and you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. Now it was quiet, you yawned, and decided it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone happened to be free. Oh! Alright, let's speed past this then. And let's say hi to our cousin. Discord streaming? No way! I still have a recording, I think. Question mark. I don't know. It probably got wiped out when I had to reformat my computer.
Hey!
Hi, Lee. It's almost time for school. I'm starting tomorrow.
Boo!
I'm starting next week. I had a good year. Ditto. At least summer was nice while it lasted. We were busy. You reminisced about a moment of your summer. You began to speak about let's talk about the afternoon you spent together with Derek and Cove. Me and Cove and Derek got to spend one day all together and totally on our own. Usually there's other people around, or one of us has to go before the other. Derek suggested we go grocery shopping. Grocery shopping? Me and Cove had the same reaction. But Derek was serious. He likes going there for whatever he wants. It was actually fun when there were no rules and no parents. How much more yapping? It'll end soon, don't worry. And then let's finish up. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Aw. Even though it was a phone call, you knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee. So a high point for me was when I took a trip with my parents to Europe. Oh, yes. A trip to Europe. Yes. Bye, Lee. See you. Time to head back. Oh wait, we see Cove. All right, let's meet up with Cove in the Fireflies. I like Mori reading though. Yes. And here, as the life in my voice begins to deplete, and I am but a hollow husk of what I once was. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mom's roped you back inside for bed. What are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Nothing really. He seems unhappy. I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's gonna be the start of a new year. At the mention of a school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down. So he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You're generally glad to hear it. But your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking though. You could wait a little longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Oh yes. Husband number 1. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. Ah yes, the pause before saying it. I don't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter. When it slowed, he continued to grin. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. You two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before he could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you. There's always tomorrow. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement. See you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm for you that night. You felt excited about the future. There's a little doubt in your mind that the things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep. You've been snared in a dream. Ah, yes. Cove. Early morning. Climbing up the window. He was fully dressed to go to the beach. This man. Hey, Victor. He stared back, blinking. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so what do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Here we go again. Your comment was half-hearted, and you both knew it. Only Cove would think of something like this. And that was part of what made him special to you. Cove chuckled conspiratorially. Alright. Let's go to the beach. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared to. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast, downhill, that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. Yippee! The in-between! Alright, time to end. Can I save? Oh my god. Ah yes, this is us, by the way. Victor Orange Slice. Do we get any changes now that we are rolling into 18 years old? Save first. I can't save in this menu. So let's figure out some of the changes that we'll have at 18. I think not a lot, maybe? Let's just stay the same. Yeah, we can stay the same. Done. Alright. Feelings for Cove. We're going to remain friend zoning him. That was so hard to say. Oh, probably lose the glasses? Okay. We're going to be getting contacts. Yes. There. Done. Alright. And then we friend zone Cove one more time. Yes. Cove customization. Let's get him to wear an actual shirt this time. Yeah. Alright. Done. Okay. Okay, sure. Done. Alright. Time to actually save. Here. There. Finally, we saved. For the first time on the stream. Better see Derek. Better to see Derek with. Oh my god. Contacts. Okay. Alright, and with that marks the end of the 4.5 hour stream. I can't believe it reached us almost 5 hours. It's a good thing I started early. Now we are rolling into step 3. So the next stream, I think would we want to romance Baxter. I'll let you guys hold on. Since it's saved, I'll save it here. Yeah, save. And then I will load in.
Good thing I was there too. Sorry about the chores though, loudly crying.
It's alright, it's fine. Okay, where? Here. Let's load in this pile. This is stuff that I've been I've been playing off the behind the scenes, but this is Baxter. Do you guys want to pursue a romance route with him in this run as well, or do we just go with a friend zone? We can change our mind later. After Derek, yes. No, we can do both in this run, actually, because since I've played through everything already for Baxter DLC, Derek doesn't actually show up in step 3 much. Derek doesn't show up in step 3 besides like the epilogue of step 3. After Derek, both? Yeah, you can romance both in this same run. Riot. Would you guys like that? Just so it's better for my streaming, I think, to hit two birds with one stone. I don't have to like redo a whole run just to romance Baxter. Both is kinda... You see, the way we made the deal with Derek is that he left it open for us to have other relationships. Like, if we haven't settled on someone by the end, we would be cashing in the deal with Derek. That was the terms. Like, if we remain single by 10 years from now, we will marry each other. That kind of thing. And with Baxter's DLC, you only get to date him for the summer. Riot. Do you want to? I'm giving you the option. We can try to romance Baxter in this same run without hurting Derek. You won't see Derek being hurt anywhere. Without hurting Derek, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Okay. We will be romancing Baxter, this man, right here. In the same run as we romance Derek. So, the next stream, I will be setting the interest level for Baxter in step 3 as a crush. And if he offers to date, we will be accepting it. Yeah? Yeah? You best promise Derek don't get nothing broken. I wonder who becomes the third wheel. Hey, man, Victor
Oh
Orange
shit, I
Slice.
gotta go for real. Thank you for the stream. Mori will be sending food pics later in the server.
Nice. Alright. Enjoy food, Riot. Okay. And he's gone. Alright. Now, food. Yes, food. Now, in case people get confused, for the next hour live stream, I will be putting up like a Baxter DLC thumbnail on it, but we're still pursuing both characters. It's just that it would be more convenient for me to run the romancing route in the same run rather than have to go through the entire game again just to do Baxter's. So yeah, I'm late. Oh no, I'm about to end Kira! But yeah, this is just a quick sneak peek of Baxter. And then we will be going back here, load this file. Here, we will be starting step 3 again. Derek doesn't show up in step 3, so we're gonna need to have more content to go through as we traverse step 3. It's 6 p.m. and you're still here. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to finish up step 2 so we can jump into step 3 right away. But yeah, next stream we will be starting step 3 and pursuing Baxter. It's fine if we do date, because the deal with Derek was that if we remain single by 10 years from now, and that will be what will happen, because Baxter won't be dating us for after that summer. But yeah, I don't know, it's all confusing, but that's where I'll end the stream now. Thank you everyone. We're fine with anything. Do what you want. Okay. Alright. Time to end stream now. Thank you everyone for dropping by. Thank you Nyariko for the raid. I appreciate it. Everyone, make sure to rest up. Eat your snacks, drink your waters or beverages. And thank you for joining me in this long ass ride. It was super fun. Thank you for the head pats, A4. Fortunately, I was able to last this long reading through everything. Thanks for the stream, Mori. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, A4. Thanks for dropping by. The next stream, I will be playing... Next stream on Friday, I will be playing Stardew Valley. And then on Sunday, there will be an update to Clover Cafe. Yay! And then I will be uploading another schedule on Sunday. Yes, yeah. That's it. I have everything figured out. Yes. Surely. This will not be my downfall. But yeah, saving one last time. And then I end the stream. Yes. Okay. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.